What's up, team? Uh, all right, so yeah, Spy's mostly neutral, man. It didn't really do much yesterday. It was pretty sideways and flat. Tesla breaking down though. That's really what's kind of dragging the market down. Down much more than the market itself. You can see Tesla at 176s right now. I don't think I'm holding anything in that one. Yeah, I'm not holding anything. I'm still pretty flat. Only holding a couple things, and they don't really move much at all. So what's up, DS? What's up, man? What's up, Isadora? Hey, what's up, Mountain Dew? What's up, Snow? Hey, thanks, man. What's up, Beach Bum? Today's a bull trap. Selling starts in the afternoon at 3 p.m. Maybe. What's up, Andrew? Anybody else that's here that I missed? My bad. Good morning. SI, yeah, man. I saw the news on SI, bro. It's having some bad stuff going on with this. It's down big, from 5 all the way down to 260s. They're probably going out of business. We covered this on our crypto show, and honestly, this kind of goes to show, like, we had a lot of people in here that were telling me to buy this a couple days ago. They were like, "Oh yeah, this one's gonna go crazy," a couple days ago, and it didn't go crazy. Um, so the Discord link is right under your last post, Mountain Dew. So scroll up, look at the Nightbot. It posted the Discord link. You just click that, man. All right. So, yeah, Tesla down big. SI Silvergate down big. Spy's pretty flat. I mean, it's not doing as bad as it could be. Today we do have jobless claims coming out today. We do have jobless claims numbers. That'll be an interesting thing dropping today. What's up, Gia? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the link. Hold on. Let me do a poll here. We'll do a poll. We'll ask people whether they're bullish. Yeah, the link on jobless claims. Here's the link right here. Yeah, Silvergate basically done. And I mean, this is a big crypto firm that worked with Coinbase, worked with a lot of different brands, and then just kind of didn't end up succeeding. The latest crypto crash. And I think everybody's kind of nervous in crypto because people are kind of targeting People are kind of targeting uh, banks and the government, the SEC, are kind of targeting cryptocurrencies. So, you know, getting a little sketch out there, you know. Honestly, man, so like I've dealt with what I thought was perioral or perial. I don't know how to pronounce it. Perioral. Yeah, perioral dermatitis. I battled this thing for like years and years and years. Um, and I've tried everything. I tried like coconut oil. I tried like literally whatever you could think of online. Right. Well, a month or two ago, I read something that said that perioral dermatitis could originate in your stomach, that it could be like your stomach, you know, bacteria is not right. So what I tried getting on, I think it's called kefir. Let me see.
Kefir.
Yeah, kefir is what I tried getting on. And I not only drink it first thing when I wake up in the morning, but I also put it on my face and I let it dry overnight. And I know it sounds kind of gross, but it actually does kind of completely dry, so it doesn't like leak off when you sleep, right? And since I started doing that, bro, it has completely disappeared. Completely disappeared. So if anybody else is struggling with like red splotches on your face, try kefir. Which is kefir is like an old Eastern European probiotic that they use. Worked really well, to be honest. Yeah, like I said, try kefir, man. If your girl's having perioral dermatitis, like I said, man, I've battled it for years and years and years and years, man. It sucked. It's one of the most annoying things in the world, man. Yeah, it's a type of yogurt, but you need to get plain kefir. It can't be added sugar. It can't be flavored. Like none of that's gonna be good for you. It needs to just be plain, no sugar added. Regular. But yeah, like I said, since I started doing that, it completely went away. It's gone. You know. Kefir is how you spell it. And it's not. It doesn't. I will warn you now. It doesn't taste the greatest. But like as somebody else said here, fermented foods are incredibly healthy for you. And I think you got to think about why they're healthy for you. You know, like all right. So Tesla started to bounce back. Let's see if it breaks 177. SPY is pretty choppy and slow right now. We still got a couple minutes before the market opens. But I think you got to think about why they're healthy, right? Which is that I don't know if we're gonna drop more today. But like you got to think about what's healthy for humans is what our ancient ancestors had access to, right? So if you think about what's considered superfoods for humans, it's like berries, right? Strawberries, stuff that our hunter-gatherer ancestors walked around picking, basically is what's good for us. Like lean things that they walked around picking, like lean meats, because that's what they were hunting back then. And berries and stuff like that, because that's what our hunter-gatherer ancestors had access to. And so it's the least foreign thing to our bodies, and it's what our body and gut health is used to. In that regard, you got to think about it from that logic as well, which is that our ancient ancestors, I'm sure, ate and drank fermented foods. They didn't have the option not to, I think, right? So if you really think about it, they had to. Like, they're not going to have an abundance of food all the time like we do. And so it's plausible to assume that they also ate and drank fermented foods out of necessity. And so in that regard, fermented foods are healthy for our gut and healthy for our gut bacteria and healthy for a lot of different reasons. So like kombucha is good for you and kefir is good for you. And yeah, it makes sense. Like logically, it makes sense, Yeah, dude, I love baklava. Baklava. I used to work at a Lebanese restaurant, and I hated hummus when I first started working there. But bro, after I worked there for like a couple weeks, so good. My favorite food in the world, to be honest. Up there at least. Yeah, I don't know. I think the market's down a lot. I think yesterday was mostly a sideways, choppy day that didn't do much. So I think the market's kind of down. But I don't know. We didn't really do much. We kind of trended sideways. I don't know. I went to Whole Foods, Snow, and I got like one of them was like the Life 365 one, or maybe it wasn't. One of them was like the 365 one, whatever that was. I don't know what kind I got. I got two different kinds, and they both work the same. You just got to get plain. No sugar added, no flavored. And I'm telling you now, it doesn't taste great, but it worked. Yeah, the market ripped back up at the end of the day yesterday. Got up to 399. Still dipped a little bit in pre-market so far. There's Microsoft. Yeah, most things were choppy yesterday, so the direction, I don't know what we're looking at today. I really don't know. SPY at 398. Yeah, what's up, Broderick? Yeah. One of the other theories for why it works for perioral dermatitis is that microscopic things are getting on your face while you're sleeping. And what the kefir does while you sleep is it forms a barrier. So you put it around the parts of your face that you usually get perioral dermatitis, and it acts as kind of a barrier between that. So it kind of blocks it from happening because it gets on your face and then it dries, and then it forms like a barrier so that whatever's causing the perioral dermatitis can't get to it, basically. That's another theory, but I don't know. Big day. Yeah, tomorrow unemployment for both the US and Canada, as well as so tomorrow we got unemployment for both the US and Canada, as well as non-farm payroll numbers, all very relevant for inflation. Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody was so emotional in that those Jerome Powell streams are crazy, man. Like, literally, this is how it went. I watched it. I just saw people arguing with each other in chat. And I'm going to tell this, and I told somebody this yesterday. Like, if you're calling somebody names just because they took the other direction, you're emotional. Like, that's the base way to look at it. Like, if you're calling somebody names because they take the other direction, you're emotional. Like, people acting like they know for sure what's going to happen is ridiculous. Like, every time we would push up, people would make fun of shorts, And again, I'm guilty of this sometimes, but I never call names. Like, I never insult them. Like, I can kind of troll them a little bit, but I never actually insult them. They would drop. People would make fun of bears. Or people would make fun of bulls when we drop, and they would make fun of bears when we go up. And then we'd go right back up and it would start again. But they would just be calling like disrespectful names. And it's just kind of like, how emotional do you have to be to call somebody like genuinely insulting names just because the market's going your direction for 5 minutes? It's crazy. It really is. It shows a genuine insecurity. And so y'all calm down. Not y'all, but like, bro, those Jerome Powell streams are crazy, man. Yeah, tomorrow is a big day. Tesla dipping down. Is it time to buy the Tesla dip? I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't listen. Kefir, just to put this in perspective, guys. Kefir is old yogurt. So it doesn't smell the best. Okay, it doesn't smell the greatest, and it's basically old milk. All right. So again, doesn't smell the best, but it worked. It genuinely got. I don't care what it smells like, to be honest, bro. It doesn't smell bad. Like you don't smell it when you wake up. It really does dry, and you don't smell it, and you don't feel it, and it doesn't get all over your bed. Because it dries. It's kind of like a face mask, I guess. And I don't care what it does. It worked, man. I've been battling that, and for anybody that doesn't know, like, perioral dermatitis is an incredibly difficult thing to get rid of. It is weird, stubborn, very difficult. Nobody really knows how to cure it. But yeah, mine went away. John, I remember you taking heat from pro AMC people when you'd sell. Yeah, man, I take heat from, like I said, what happens is like I might buy a specific stock. And so people might like get the wrong impression that I'm just gonna fanboy that stock and never sell and pump it up always and be a huge ally to the stock community. They very quickly realize that's not me, and I will sell that thing in a heartbeat if it starts to look sketchy. And then they hate me for it, Selsun Blue doesn't work either. Yeah, I mean, I'm not worried about the price of it right now, Todd. To be honest, if I gotta pay 100 or 150 bucks a month to get rid of this, I'm okay with that, man. It really is something that I've been battling for years and years and years and years, man. You know. Apple tomorrow. What happens with Apple tomorrow, Star? Yeah, yeah, for sure. I get in and out of those trades very quickly, man. I don't let, like I said, I don't bag hold or fanboy stocks like that. I think that is counter into like I think that's counterproductive to what I actually want to do, which is I just want to make money. I don't care whether any of these stocks genuinely succeed long term outside of whether I'm holding them or not. You know, I'm not going to fanboy a specific stock. I think it just shows emotion. You know, you don't need to fanboy stocks, you know? Like I think sometimes people really want to feel like they're part of something. I don't care about any of that. I got a family, man. I got kids, bro. I don't care about feeling like I'm a part of something. I just want to make money. And I think that's the mindset you should have in trading, you know. Um and so I think people want to feel like they're part of something, and I think that's why they join, you know, those AMC groups and stuff like that. And I want you guys to feel like y'all have a community here. Don't get me wrong. Um but it's more so like with individual stocks. I don't hold a I don't join the brotherhood of AMC. You know what I mean? Like I don't care about any of that. uh, and I think y'all shouldn't either, to be honest. You know, again, most of the people that do that are just kind of confirmation bias, patting each other on the back. You know, that's basically what they're doing. It's just kind of patting each other on the back through confirmation bias, and it is what it is. But yeah. All right, guys. So market's bouncing back a little bit. I'm tempted to buy the dip. Yeah, pounds from yesterday's support. Yeah, Tesla down. I'm thinking about buying it. So no, jobless claims are today. So Thursday, every Thursday is jobless claims. So today is Thursday. Yesterday was Wednesday. So yeah, jobless claims drop at 8:30 today. Expectations are 195K. So 195K. Yeah. So again, Tesla down. I'm considering buying it up. Microsoft at 252s. Bar speaks at 10. Yeah, PLTR is a little bit. There it goes back up. I'll take my money out of Tesla for good. I am tired of. Yeah, y'all buying them Girl Scout cookies? No, I'm trying to give up sugar. Well, I mean, I think the value is like the value of a lot of other stuff is arguable, but I think the value of Bitcoin is there, and it's obviously there. I think that like even if the government comes out with their own central bank digital currency, I think that Bitcoin is always going to be seen as the alpha, and I think that that's always going to give Bitcoin value because blockchain is inherently valuable. I think even if the gov comes out with something, it doesn't mean anything too much because I think people are still going to have more faith in Bitcoin to a certain extent, but I don't know for sure. Explain if the jobless data comes in lower than expected in football terms. I'm going to assume you mean American football. So, if jobless claims come in higher than expected, that would mean more spending. And more spending, or no, that would mean less spending, right? That would mean less people working and less people spending. And so that would be the equivalent of the SPY scoring a touchdown, I think. It would be the equivalent of the SPY scoring a touchdown. If jobless claims came in lower than expected, which meant that more people work and that more people might be spending, which is bad for inflationary pressures, that would be like the dollar index scores a touchdown, And so we'll see what happens, but there you go. Yeah. SI looks like it's going out of business. I don't trust it. Maybe there's some value to buy, but I think if you do put money into it, you got to be okay with losing whatever you stick into it. Yeah. But yeah, that's that. The problem with it is simple. It's just crypto firms are not using anymore. We covered this on our crypto show yesterday, and if y'all haven't sub to our crypto show, like we covered this yesterday on our crypto show. So go check our crypto show out. You know. How much time did the data comes out? It comes out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, so 8:30 ET time. Was. Yeah, so hour 45 minutes, roughly from now. All right, so there's the timer. About an hour and 41 minutes or so. Inverse head and shoulders on this 5 minute? Maybe. I feel like Bitcoin is like Internet Explorer, MySpace, but I could be wildly wrong. Yeah, I think you are, Mountain Dew. I think you are. I think Bitcoin. I think you have to understand the dynamic of like when other cryptos are weak, Bitcoin gets stronger. You know, and that people correlate the market dominance of Bitcoin versus other altcoins. The two big ones are obviously Bitcoin and ETH. And I think if you look at it from that dynamic, Bitcoin is having NFTs now. A lot of the crypto ecosystem is relying on Bitcoin. So I don't think it's Internet Explorer, MySpace. I think as the rest of the crypto market gets weaker, Bitcoin gets stronger. And I think Bitcoin has been on a big run up the last couple months, even where it is now at about 21 or 22K. So I think it depends on what time frame you're looking at. I think the biggest risks is the government, obviously. You know, the biggest the large risks are the government in this regard. Looking at our poll numbers here, we did do we didn't do a poll today. We didn't do a poll. I thought I did one. Bullish or bearish on today's jobless claims release. Bull or bear, vote on the poll. We're also going to do a Twitter poll like we always do regarding this. All right, guys. So yeah, so the jobless claims report is released today. Again, more people, higher number could mean more people working, and more, or higher number means more people working and more spending. And so that's kind of the risks of today's stream. All right, so we got red or green today. If you want to vote on our Twitter poll, we got that live right now. Vote on that poll right now. We got that poll live on stream on our Twitter page. If you haven't followed your boy on Twitter, give me a follow. It's at Beginner Trades. Here's my Twitter handle right here, at Beginner Trades. TRK, pump it up. I got out of TRKA yesterday. And I mean, I'm just honestly, it's such a small trade for me. People tried making fun of me, but like, it's such a little trade. It doesn't mean much to me. Yeah, give your boy a follow on Twitter. So the president is calling to double the capital gains tax from 20 to 40%. What? 40%, bro? Dude. We're already having inflation problems, bro. Like, this is going to make us really hard to keep up with inflation. Everybody's going to go to real estate, but I guess it goes to real estate too. Man, dude. 40%, bro? You want people to pay 40% capital gains tax? That's out there, man. No offense. I'm not really super political. I'm a capitalist, you know. I dislike both sides, to be honest, you know. And I've agreed with certain things and disagreed with certain things. I disagree with this, obviously. I think most traders are going to, you know. I think it's hard to justify 40% capital gains tax, to be honest. And I don't think it's going to happen. Hopefully it doesn't. Hey, thank you, Emmanuel, for the follow, bro. Thank you, sir. Tesla heading south. Yeah, like, I don't want to get too political. Every time I get political, people get weird. But like, I'm okay. Like, if we're talking about socialized college, I'm okay with that, to be honest. I'm okay with college being free. And I think the standard around the world is that education is free. And I think the college system and the educational system has kind of gotten out of control here, where we're paying freaking $40,000 a semester in some places. It's just gotten out of control. It's gotten not super feasible anymore to go and pay that much. And so I think if I'm gonna spend my tax dollars on something, I wouldn't mind going to college and educating people. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a justifiable tax expense. TRKA just popped up, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of people that disagree. And I'm a capitalist, I really am. But that's one of the, like, I don't mind that. You know. I think, you know, tax dollars get wasted in a lot of other ways, and so I don't mind it going to college, at least, you know. And again, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with me, it's all love here. It's all good. You know, you could disagree with me, just keep it respectful. And honestly, disagreeing with me on that one specific part shouldn't make you, you know, dislike the stream. You know, if it does, you're being too fickle, you know. All right, guys. Should we buy the dip here? I'm thinking about buying the dip. You see TRKA pop up some. Yeah, I don't think this will happen. Yeah, I mean, the margins of trading are going to get a lot worse if it does, and I don't think it'll happen. As somebody suggested a couple years ago, they they said that they wanted to do a 10% tax on every trade, which is going to kill profit, man. Like, imagine you're trading and you make 10%, and then you got to pay that, it's going to be excessive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe buying the dip in Tesla, but I don't know, man. Tesla's been a little like Tesla is just super volatile. It's very volatile. Uh, yeah, right now I'm trying to think of a new investment, man. Like I'm saving up about 100,000 to like do some type of investment. I don't know what I want to do yet. Like I don't know whether I want to flip something in real estate, buy a rental property with it, buy another business is something else I'm considering doing. Just kind of buying another business. I think online businesses are very risky for it because most of the time people selling them are selling them for a reason. And so buying another business is an option, but it would have to be a really good one. Uh, and so that's the kind of stuff I'm looking at now. If you guys have any ideas on what I should do with that, let me know. Meta has been better. Yeah, Meta honestly has had a big rebound over the last couple months, to be honest. It's still too high for me, though. I mean, this thing's up over 100% since November. It's up from 88 all the way to 190. It's up over 100% since November. It's just too risky. I think it's too extended on the upside here. I might buy a little bit of Tesla just as a little play trade, like 15 shares or so. And I might be wrong about this, but I'm okay with buying 15 shares of Tesla. Small little risk, and we'll see if we can see what we can do with it. Well, yeah, one of the things I'm certainly about to do is reactivate my real estate license and then start a referral business, of some sort in real estate. So that's certainly something I'm considering doing, but. What is MDB? Is it MongoDB? Is that what it is? Yep. Yeah, what's going on here with this? Why did Mongo drop like this? Earnings, I'm assuming? Nah, Chick-fil-A franchise would never work. It's too expensive. I don't have that much money, man. Commercial real estate. In what way, trade? Cybersecurity. What do you mean, Benito? Like buy a cybersecurity company? I don't know about that, man. Yeah, for sure. But I'm in Houston, Nicholas, and I appreciate the advice, but I think Houston has a little bit worse of a real estate market than elsewhere. I think flipping, specifically with regards to flipping homes, I think the margins are lower here. Houston is consistently ranked as one of the worst places to flip homes. All right, so again, we did bought a little bit of Twitter. We could add a little bit more, but we're basically flat on this now. SPY's pulling back some. Make a Michael Burry remake movie, you being Burry. Well, today's jobless claims, John, what title? I'm assuming like my title literally just says what it is today. Jobless claims data 8:30. Well, the market crash, trading Tesla and E-mini. Got you, Benito. Hey, I appreciate all the advice, man, to be honest. I mean, the market crash part is just asking people. It's a question. You know, it's not saying we are. It's just asking people, will we? You know, doesn't necessarily mean today either. Good Airbnb market. Yeah. But here's the thing. If I buy real estate, I want it to be pure cash. So I see the franchise. Yeah, but the problem though with this, so I see somebody sending me Chick-fil-A franchise stuff. The problem is that they don't accept many people at all. And then, you know, you got to pay $10K franchise fee. But then you also have to basically, I don't have enough to build an entire Chick-fil-A restaurant. You know, the $10K is just what you have to pay them. It's not how much it costs to build it, you know, which is going to be way more. So yeah, it's not feasible for me to build a Chick-fil-A franchise right now. Trust me, Chick-fil-A, number one, they don't accept a lot of people. And so like, even if you had the money, Chick-fil-A is probably not going to allow you to open one. You know, even if they did, I need at least $1 million, I'm assuming. Like at least $1 million to do it. Which I'm not going to say how much money I have, and I'm not going to say whether I have that or not, but you know, it's just an unlikely venture, I guess is the easiest way to put it. You know what I mean? Private investment like SpaceX or OpenAI. I don't know. Yeah, they accept 100 per 40,000. Yeah, I don't want one that I'll necessarily have to really run. Hey, what's up, Silver? Good to see you back, bro. You seem much smaller? If anything, I've gotten a little bit bigger over the last like 3 months, man. Like I've been going to the gym much more consistently right now. And so I went from benching like 200, you know, to benching like, I probably bench about 240 right now. You know, I've gained about 20 pounds over the last like, you know, 6 months or so. Basically, swollest dude in the world. Definitely top 3 right now. All right, so Tesla's dipping down a little bit. It's still not going to be down much, but invest in AMC popcorn. Go buy some land north of Houston. I've thought about buying land. What I've thought about is buying land. I've thought about buying land, throwing like a trailer on it, and then renting it out. The tough thing for me, though, like the really tough thing for me when I consider this is like I have some family that need places right now. You know, I'm not gonna be specific, but like I've got some family that like need new places right now. But like part of me is like, well, I could be nice to them and like let them live there. But then I know if I did, they would be coming at me wanting, they would be short on rent sometimes, and it would just be a stressful thing. And so I think, you know, as much as I'd like to help, I don't know. Like, I think it would just be a tough investment if I'd started letting family live there. SPY dipping down. Yeah, definitely top 3 CT. I wouldn't mind a pond. Oh, yeah, so you buy land with a pond, and then fishers would want to go there. Yeah, that makes sense. 2 planes? Bro, what kind of plane am I going to get for 50K, bro? I don't know if I want to fly in that plane. I like the ideas, though, guys. Keep them coming. I appreciate them, you know. I love family, but you'll be the bad at the end of in problems. Yeah, for sure. Like, I realized something that it's like people want your help. People, what I've noticed, genuinely what I've noticed, is that people say they want you to do well, but some of them genuinely don't. You know, like people say they want you to do well, some of them just genuinely don't, you know. So it's like you do well and then they get kind of weird about it because they're, you know, maybe they're not, and so they're looking at you like, ugh, they're scoffing at me. I've noticed it a lot, you know. So is there a crypto GTP? Part of me, as a poker player, part of me thought about just putting up some money in poker, dude. Like, I definitely want to be in the World Series of Poker. That's something I genuinely want to do. I have the money to do it. And so I might be in the World Series of Poker this year. I might. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It's 10K. The main event is what I'm referencing. It's 10K. I'm thinking about it. SPY, pull it back to the volume weighted average price right now. What do you guys think about a dip buy here? Get that bracelet. Hey, maybe. Is 100K a lot for real estate in the US? No. 100K is not enough, even in Texas, to really get anything significant. The only thing I could do with the 100K is the only thing I could really do with 100K is put a big down payment on. You know, but again, if I buy something, I want to buy cash. And so yeah, I don't want to open a restaurant. It's too stressful. I thought about like a food truck, but that's too stressful. Scratch the land purchasing idea. Go all in on the World Series of Poker. Vending machines. I think vending machines are too saturated, man. Like if I thought that, maybe I'm wrong here, but if I could genuinely make money with vending or ATM machines, I would buy them up. You know, and like I said, I could buy like 20. You know, if they're like 5,000 a piece, you know what I mean? I could buy like 20. The problem is finding places to put them, you know, that don't want me to split money with them. And the other question is like whether the margins are really good enough to, like, because you have to think about when you invest in vending machines, you have to think about how long is it going to be before those vending machines are obsolete. You know, like how long is it going to be until there's a cooler and better vending machine that people are going to want over what I have, right? Like basically, how long does it take for those vending machines to depreciate to a point where they are rendered obsolete? I think that's the real question with a vending machine business. Is like, I don't want to spend 5K on a vending machine and then in 2 years, you know, the vending machine might not have even paid for itself yet, but there's a cooler vending machine out that everybody wants that I don't have. You know, I don't know if vending machines are really necessarily like that, but I think that's a risk, and that's one of the things stopping me from it. You know, ATM machines are a different story, though. I think ATM machines generally last a while, but they're also more expensive, so there's some other things to look at there. But yeah, the SPY at 398. So SPY at 398 here. Right at the volume weighted average price. We bought a little bit of Tesla. Again, we're down $5. We bought 15 shares. We'll see how this goes. If we start breaking lows, we'll cut it. You know, no worries. Yeah, I thought about buying. I like cars. I thought about buying rare cars and creating like an import rare car dealership. That's something I would genuinely enjoy doing, but it would be some work. Yeah, I mean, I could buy a house for 30K, but it's not going to be in the best area, bro. Like I said, you could buy houses for 30K. I've looked at houses for 30K. I looked at an apartment that was 30K. There's good and bad things about them. The good thing is that you can, you know, you're guaranteed rent essentially with Section 8. So you're essentially guaranteed rent. The bad thing is that sometimes the areas that they're in are you know, not the best areas. So, but there's good and bad. You know what I mean? But it just seems like a lot of work to do that, and you know, I don't know. Yeah, that's too much, grow. Gas station laundry, man, that's too expensive, man. That's gonna cost at least $1 million. Storage unit, I mean, to reasonably buy a big storage unit, it's gonna be $1 million plus. If it's not a big one, if it doesn't cost that much, it's probably not in a good area, and it's gonna, you know. All right, guys. SPY at 397s, 398s here. Tesla bouncing back up a little bit. We got 15 shares here, pretty flat. We're also looking at the dollar index today, which has been dropping this morning. It's starting to rebound back over the last couple minutes, but it's trying here. Yeah, but how would I do that? Buying parking spaces or for empty lots for parking? How would I do that though? You know? Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm thinking too, right? 100K is good, but unless I'm gonna buy like land with regards to like real estate, I think you know I'm not limited at 100K to be completely honest. Like I could probably go higher than that, uh, but yeah, I'm just trying to think about what I want to do. I could probably like liquid. I could probably get up to a couple hundred, but you know, again, part of me thinks I should just stick it in the market. You know, wait for the next big drop and then stick it in the market. Anyways, Tesla's starting to move back up. It's almost up to 177. Yeah, but what am I gonna do with that land though, Snow? Like I could buy land right now. But what am I gonna do with that? The other thing I thought about was I could find somebody willing to sell or finance it and give them 100K, throw some tenants in there. But what I would want to do though, if I did seller finances, I'd want to pay that thing off as soon as possible though. Like, I don't want to get locked into a mortgage over a 30-year period. That's the last thing I want to do. Yeah, RV park is cool and all, but seems like a lot of work. Seems like it would be hard to get businesses. Let me see. All right, so Tesla's starting to pop up. SPY bouncing back as well. Yeah, the problem with an RV park is it's going to be a couple mil. I'm looking at. You know. All right, guys, market's starting to bounce back again. We are in Tesla. The dollar index is starting to drop, which is good. Yeah, so jobless claims at 8:30. What are your thoughts on the hearing yesterday? I thought yesterday was pretty flat. I thought that the day before we had an obvious, much more profound reaction. John, if you make it to the World Series of Poker, will you wear the Chris Moneymaker glasses? Nah, man. I'll probably wear a hoodie if I was gonna do it. Oh yeah, there's Tesla dipping here, and we're down like $10, so we'll probably cut this. Yeah, SI just got dumped today, man. Just a really rough move for that. Looks weak. You know, struggling for sure. Yeah, I think we might do 50 basis points now. I think we might do 50. Yeah, we hit 102,000 yesterday. What's up, David? Hope you're doing good, bro. John, you should try out for the poker tournament. Yeah, man. Again, I've always had a dream of poker, and I actually have the finances now where I could enter some tournaments now. I haven't played a lot of live poker, but every time I've played live poker, I've done fairly well. So every time I've played live poker, I've done okay. You know, the only thing is, like, I don't know what big tournaments they have in my area. You know. Damn, dude, I could have gone. Let me see. Where's Round Rock? Well, Round Rock is pretty far. I see, what's his face? Who I'm actually a big fan of. Bradley. What's his face? Bradley. Is it Bradley Martin? I actually watch his YouTube videos. I think it's Bradley Martin. No, it's Brad Owen. I'm actually a big fan of Brad Owen. I've watched him a lot. All right, guys, we got about an hour left. So the Fed meeting this much is on the 22nd. I mean, I'm in the U.S., so I can't. How much have you gained so far this year? And what, John? No, I don't use smart money concepts. That fermented yogurt all over my face, Mac. Hey, it'd be an intimidation factor. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry, restroom break. So yeah, the Fed rate hike decision is March 22nd. That's going to be when, you know, the Fed, the schedule for those days, guys, is at 2 p.m. on the dot. So at 2 p.m., they announce what the actual rate hike is going to be, right? And they do so through sending out a letter. At 2:30, they do a press conference related to all of that, where Jerome Powell, Big Papa, talks about why they chose to make that decision and all that good stuff. That is on March 22nd today. A bigger thing that happens in between today and then is CPI data drops on the 14th, on Tuesday of next week. So less than a week away, we have CPI data, which is the Consumer Price Index data. Very relevant data coming out. Very relevant, important data to watch for CPI specifically. That's really big. And then we also have this Friday. So tomorrow we have U.S. and Canadian unemployment data dropping at 8:30, as well as non-farm payroll data. All of this is very relevant to market activity. This is very big stuff for market activity. This stuff does move markets. It's incredibly important data, and we'll see what happens. What's up, Chris? Hey, good morning, bro. Yes, no, this is a wood fireplace. You just don't see smoke, but it's a wooden fireplace, bro. We started a fire, back behind me, and it's just a little mini fire behind me. Okay, I'm sorry. Sarcasm. It's electric, bro. It's just a heater, man. It's a heater that looks like a fireplace. I could actually turn the heater off. I could actually turn the light off and the heater will stay going. But it's warm and it feels good. Profit taker. Cranking rates to force unemployment when it already is up far more than. Yeah, we'll see. Straight. I don't know, man. Again, it's one of those things where higher is probably going to be interpreted as better, which means like higher means less people working, which in inflation markets is probably going to mean the market goes up, right? So I think there's going to be a positive correlation between jobless claims and market activity, but it's one of those releases that it's not for sure. Like we don't actually know the reaction. And to be honest, this happens every Thursday and we've had varying reactions for the last couple months. Like sometimes higher is better, sometimes higher is worse, and we really don't know what it's going to do. John is balling out of control. Yeah. I always wanted one of those. Honestly, I got an extra one, bro. I accidentally ordered this months and months ago. I don't think it has a pretty fireplace, but this one actually looks a little bit better than that one. But that one has the nice aesthetic that I'm looking for here. But I guess if you want it, you can have this one. Might cost more to ship it than it's worth, though. John, I have a question. If you go for a swing trade of let's say 15% on the SPY, how many times you rake profits in the way up? It depends. It depends on how big I am in the trade. Like if I'm in a huge trade, I'll take profit very fast. If it's a small trade, I'll probably be a little bit more loose with it. It depends on how much I'm up. It depends on how many shares I have, and like what the sizing is like in the trade is really going to influence everything there. But it varies. Most of the time, I'm taking what I usually do with my swings is I take the brunt of the trade off. Once I'm in profits. I take like most of the trade off, like 60%. And then once I do that and I've locked in profit on the trade no matter what, then I let the last like 30, 40, 20% ride a little bit more. And I'll be a lot more loose on the remaining because I have already locked in profit, so I can be a little bit more loose on the rest. That's generally what I do, but it varies, to be honest. I accidentally ordered. It sounds American of you, bro. I've accidentally ordered 2 phones. Amazon is what it is, bro. Honestly, the freaking Amazon the guy on Amazon, I'm pretty sure scammed me. I'm not 100% sure though how he did this, but I ordered a phone for my daughter for Christmas. Right? I order a phone, and he sends me a message, and he says, "Hey, the phone didn't turn on. I'm gonna have to cancel this order." And I said, "Okay, fine, no worries, cancel it." And I thought he canceled it. Then I ordered another phone from somebody else because this was like a couple days before Christmas, and like my daughter's phone had just broken, so I was kind of rushing to try to get her the phone. And so then I ordered another phone overnight. Then then it turns out when I looked at my messages, he actually sent the phone out anyway. But I never got it. And it says it was delivered here. Like if you look at the tracking, it says it was delivered here, but I never got the phone. And I would think he was scamming me. But when I check, he's got like 15,000 positive reviews. And so this is like a legitimate seller. I still don't know where that phone went. Like, I don't know what happened to the phone. I never got it. I can't get a refund because it says I received it, and it's been months now. And so I don't know what happened there. But something happened, and I'm still confused about what happened there. Same thing with the heater. I ordered a heater. I accidentally ordered 2 heaters is really what happened. But fireworks stand. How much does a fireworks stand make if it's like a decent one every year? You know, like how much does a fireworks stand make even? Yeah, the Challenger job cuts come in today. Again, they dropped at 7:30. So they dropped about 3 minutes ago. This isn't not the Challenger job cuts is not a huge release though. But the Challenger job cut showed up at 410.1. 410.1 at 77.77 thousand. And then jobless claims drop in about 50 minutes, 55 minutes or so. Yeah, jobless claims are today, man. 300% markup from cost. How much does it start to build a stand? How easy it is to find a location for it too. The problem though, here's the risk I think here. All right, is that when you look around during the 4th of July and New Year's Eve, right? When you look around, there's always some stands that just don't have anybody there. Like there's just nobody there for their stands, And so if that's the case, then like there's a risk that I build a stand and nobody shows up. It's like Field of Dreams. Like what if I build it and nobody comes, and then I lose everything basically. And I sit on fireworks and I just don't, that's the risk I think in that regard, right? I get a little bounce up on the SPY here. Again, we're in Tesla right now. Yeah. Yeah, Amazon is so pro buyer. I've sold a lot of stuff on Amazon. That's like every business though. Yeah, but not really. Every business, like, it's not like every business. It's actually much more risky than normal businesses. And the reason it's risky is this, right? Other businesses, you can stay open all year and sell things all year. This is a specific seasonal business where you only really have like maybe 2 weeks out of the year where you can sell things, right? And so if you don't sell things in those 2 weeks out of the year, you're screwed. You don't get anything. Like you're gonna have to sit on that for years, at least a year. And so until you got the opportunity to do it again. And so with a fireworks stand, it's much more of a make it or break it scenario where if you don't do well, that's it. It's done, and you lose everything. And so that's just too risky of a scenario for my taste. Yeah, Amazon's down. Amazon just has a PE ratio that's really, really high. right? So Amazon's PE ratio is just super high. That's the problem with it, is that Amazon PE super high, which means that it might be overpriced. Even here, it recently did a split last year, but the PE ratio is still very high for Amazon. Yeah, just one part of the year, that's your only chance. If you don't do well, then you're basically done for. That's the risk of fireworks stand. You know what I mean? All right, guys. Market's bouncing up a little bit again. We're in Tesla small, and maybe we'll bounce back. I hope we do. Amazon hard to value though, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they had a losing year, so and they didn't have a losing year, but restaurants are way too risky, and I'm honestly I can't even cook, and so it would be if I was like a good cook, I would think about a restaurant, but nah. Data is released. There might be the time is released might be in the title. It might be in the scroller on the bottom of the screen. It also might be in the top left corner with an actual time countdown. You know, about 50 minutes, give or take, about 50 minutes. Why are restaurants risky? High startup costs, very difficult to predict. Hey, my guy, thank you, man. Thank you so much, bro. 150 MYR, man. Is that the same thing last time, bro? Thank you so much, man. Let me see. It's another $33, bro. Thank you so much, man. That's great. Thank you so much for that donation, brother. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. He said, "How significant is today's jobless claim news?" Thank you so much. It happens. So jobless claims happens weekly. Okay, so this report happens weekly. Hold on, Carol's calling me. I hope nothing's wrong. Hold on one second. All right, so jobless claims are significant. They're basically like a smaller version of unemployment, and the unemployment rate drops on Friday of this week, right? But it's relatively significant. It's not huge. It's not as big as unemployment. It's not as big as GDP. It's not as big as non-farm payroll data even. But it's relevant for market activity, and it will move the market to a certain extent. We just don't know how much. But it drops weekly. It happens every Thursday, and it's just a gauge on employment in the country. So it's relevant. Don't get me wrong. It's not. People are gonna tune in. We'll probably have at least 1,000 people here when it drops, and it will move markets some, but we don't know how much. It depends on how polarized the results are. But thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. But I guess the point is it varies. You could look back at 8:30 every Thursday to see what the normal reaction was. And if we look back at this last Thursday, was the second. So if we look back at the second here, and we see, or no, here. see at 8:30, the results dropped right here. So the last move that we got was this move here, right? So you can kind of see at 8:30, we get this big candle. Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. So you can kind of see at 8:30, you get this candle here. Let me zoom in so it's easier to see. So yeah, that is the candle from the last jobless claims report. So the last time jobless claims came out, we got this move right here. And last time jobless claims numbers came out, I believe higher than expected. I'm not 100%. So last time they came in at 190. So at 190, and I think the expectation was either 195 or 200. So I think maybe it was 200. So yeah, last time jobless claims numbers came in lower than expected, I think, and the market did this. It dropped. But yeah, thank you so much for the donation, brother. I appreciate that for sure. Thank you, man. I genuinely appreciate that. But yeah, restaurant business, too expensive. High, margins are okay, but not the best considering the risk. Expensive to start, super risky. You got to rent locations. The biggest problem with restaurants is location. The biggest problem I see most business people make, in my opinion, is like people think that if they save up enough money to start the business, that they've got it made. Like you got to think about the customer base that you're going to have. I see a lot of people starting businesses in bad areas that, like they're starting a cupcake store, in a place that doesn't get very much drive-by traffic. And so it's kind of one of those things where like people are starting businesses in places where they shouldn't. And then when they're not making money and they're not really gaining customers, they don't understand why. Location is the most important thing. A lot of people try to go cheap with their location, but like location is the most important thing with a business like that. And a good location is expensive. So that's basically, the risk. Well, I mean, I'm not really doing the most risky job. To be honest, my margins are great. Doing what I'm doing. I'm doing advertising. Don't get it twisted. This is an advertising and news channel. So I'm just covering stock market news and advertising. But restaurants are incredibly risky. Much more risky than what I'm doing now. Toro business renting out cars. Margins are not good enough. I think there's too much. I think when you rent out, I'll put it this way: you could do a Toro business, and I think there's a lot of people online that are advertising that, like, yeah, you could start your own Toro business, and they're pretending to get rich doing a Toro business, right? The problem with that, right? The genuine problem that you have running a business like that, it's very obvious and self-evident in my opinion. The problem is, like, think about it yourself, right? Say you rent out a Lamborghini, right? Say you rent out a Lambo. Are you going to baby that car? Of course not. You are going to put the pedal to the floor on that car. You are going to beat that car up for a couple days while you have it, right? And then you're going to return it to the owner, and that owner is going to be completely oblivious to that, right? And so that motor is getting beat up when people rent it out, 100%, without question. And insurance is not going to cover it if the motor goes out. The insurance is going to cover it if they wreck it, but they're not going to cover it if the motor goes out. And so you're genuinely depreciating your vehicle. You're adding miles to it. And I think the margins in the end are not going to be as good as people think with stuff like that. And I think people probably make more money advertising, get rich with Toro car rentals, than they are from actually doing Toro car rentals. And I think that's a very obvious thing where it's like your cars are going to get beat up, man. They're just going to get beat up. I would rather if I was going to do cars, I'd rather just do my own dealership of some sort. I wouldn't do that. And I think that you got to think about it. Like, your cars are going to get beat up. I'm not going to spend $100K, $150K, $200K on a car to have some teenager who rents it out for me just destroy it. Just destroy the motor, add miles to it, just burn that motor out. And then hand it back to me, and I'm just gonna, eventually the motor's gonna go out, and insurance is not gonna pay for it. No, I'm not talking about trading, John. I don't live off of my trading profit. My channel's literally called Beginner Trading, man. So I certainly don't live off of my trading profits. I'm green on the year, don't get me wrong, but I'm not living off of what I'm making. Um, and I'm always trying to be transparent about that. Like I don't claim to be an expert. I don't act like a guru. I don't charge for a course or even sell a course myself. And the reason I do that is because again, I'm not living off of my trading profit, and I'd rather be completely honest about that. I'm just a resource and community for trading. Is all we are here. Airbnb's not bad. You got to find a good location though. Can I loan you my Porsche and leather jacket? Hey. Yeah, people don't take care of rentals in any way, 100%. Years and years, mister. Probably like 5 years I've been streaming. Yeah, we talk about trading strategies, but I mostly stick to the trading strategies that make me money. I'm mostly a swing trader. I day trade as well. But again, most of the time I'm day trading off of reversals and extension is what I'm using. But it's like a lot of people, like we used to just purely day trade, but like I kind of wanted to move away from just pure day trading as a channel because I think there's a few reasons for it. Number one is that that's just a lot of pressure. Number two is that I'm actually make more money swing trading than I do anything else. Like swing trading is really where I make my money. And investing, I guess, is the easier way to put it. And so I didn't want to restrict myself to only day trading. I think there's enough day trading gurus out there. I'd rather just tell people, hey, we're just a stock market channel. And most of the time we're covering economic data, like today's jobless claims report. Um, and so most of we're just kind of an economic and stock market related channel now. Yeah, for sure. Beach, 100%, man. Streaming seems fun. Well, it can be fun. It can be stressful. Nah, I'd have to get too many licenses for that. All right, guys. Tesla's starting to rip up. We did buy a little dip in Tesla here. What's the difference between swing and day trading? Swing trading is longer term. Day trading is intraday. Day trading means you close the position by the end of the day. Swing trading means you hold it overnight. And I day trade. You guys see me day trade at the opening bell. We've been doing pretty well day trading too. Like here's the last 7 days. So we're up about 700. Not bad. About a 3-to-1 win-loss ratio. And so we day trade as well. Don't get me wrong. And I like day trading, but we do a little bit of everything. And I don't claim to be an expert either. All right, starting to get a little rebound here. My entry is 177, so my entry's up here. Part of me wants to add a little bit more to fix this average. Here, I'll add another 5 shares. All right, so we are at 176.99. Still don't have the best average here, but we'll give it some time. Market started to bounce back over 398s now. No, the margins are going to be too slow, John. Going to be too much work. Yeah, you're eventually gonna get those things gonna get holes in them. There's going to be a lot of just upkeep for that, and the ceiling to get started is too low in my opinion. Like I look at a mix of things when I'm looking at businesses. I look at margin potential, ceiling, like basically like how big can we scale this? That's the big thing. Like there's a lot of small businesses that are good, but they're not scalable, and so it's not going to be worth it, and it's not going to be like I already make fairly good money right now, so I'm looking for things I could scale. Yeah, for sure, Leo. Tesla is what I just bought. I bought a little bit of Tesla on this pullback. Yeah, this is just such a small trade. I mean, we're in 20 shares. If we crack lows, we'll cut it, and it's not a big deal, All right, guys, we have about 35 minutes before the jobless claims data comes out. About 35 minutes. Berkshire Hathaway. Such an expensive stock, man. I like the business ideas, though, guys. I think it's a good conversation to have. So, yeah, keep them coming, man. All right, market's starting to pop up a little bit. So SPY over the volume weighted average price now. We got Amazon on the left here, or on the right. I mean, watching the 200 EMA and the volume weighted levels there. Nah, it's too much red tape for that, Jed. Do you think Coinbase will drop because of SI? No, Coinbase doesn't use SI anymore. They put out a post the other day. All right, Tesla's starting to rip up. Well, now we're pretty flat in Tesla here. We'll see if it continues. I don't know, man. Businesses can be risky, though. It's bad. Like, businesses can burn friendships, man. Like, that's the thing you don't understand. Like, businesses can be very stressful. Like, generally with a business, again, like I've had a lot of businesses, and they can turn stressful, especially if you do them with friends. Because it's like say you're the majority equity owner and the leader of the company, right? Say you're that. But the person who has less equity, doesn't really want to listen to you, like and so you're leading the company and you say, hey, we got to do this. And they say, no, I don't want to do that. Right. That can build resentment and drama quickly, And so one of the things is like, if you don't go into business with friends unless you're okay with it turning out that way, because they can turn quick, man. You might not realize it, but it might have been a good thing that they declined that. Hey, thank you so much, Jose. I just bought HSDT on the approval. Thanks for the show. Have a great day. Hey, what's up, Jose? HSDT. Huh? Yeah, it's up. It's not really my style, brother. But good luck, man. I hope you make some money, dude. I really do. Thank you so much for the donation, man. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, don't ever do business or anything related with friends and family. 100%. Um, the only person I'd consider doing businesses with is my dad. But yeah, thank you, Jose. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Yeah, I mean, I could probably like my wife's side might have access to some like funding if I wanted to, but but I've never even tried because again, I don't want to mix family and any of that stuff with business. It's just too risky. So it's like anything that I buy in that regard, business wise, I'm paying for it myself. You know, I don't want I don't want the I don't want that. It's just too much drama. Again, people, it would just create a weird nuance of interaction, and I would rather just not have that. Anyways, Tesla at 176.70. The other idea is like I know how to count cards. I could just start a blackjack bankroll. That's another option too. Um, but it's a riskier option because there can be variance in blackjack as well. Tesla at 176.80s here. Let's see if it bounces back. We still got 30 minutes before jobless claim numbers come out. Jobless claims are expected to show up, team, at 195,000 is what they're expected to show up as. So with jobless claims, you get what's called initial claims. That's the biggest release is the initial claims. Then you have continuing claims. Continuing claims are expected to show up at 1.659 thousand. 1.659 thousand. Initial expected to show up at 195K. Um, VR poker. Uh, yeah, I understand. I'll get kicked out. The only real way to do it would be to go for like a whole thing around the country because you're gonna get booted out. You're gonna get what's called backed off. Sometimes you're gonna get trespassed at those casinos. What they look for with counting cards is like all they look for is variance in the bet sizing. So if you bet small, you bet small, you bet small, and then when the count's high, you raise your bets. They're gonna know you're counting, and they're gonna boot you out of there quick. So Binance CEO says they don't have any losses from the Silvergate Capital shutdown, and all funds are safe. Also, Tesla started to bounce back a little bit here. Here, I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go grab my glasses. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go get my glasses. All right, we are back. Got my glasses here. We got 25 minutes here. Tesla's starting to rip up here, so we're about to be green in our Tesla dip. No swings right now. Nothing's really extended enough. If you guys have any ideas for extension trades that are pulling back some, let me know. I don't think anything. Disney down to 98s, so we might start buying a little bit of Disney, but it depends on what I'm not sure what we want to do in that regard yet for it. Walmart at 130, still not quite cheap enough. Target at 160s. Amazon is down at 93s here. That's a consideration. So Amazon might be a potential buy. Thinking about that one. Apple at 152. Microsoft down at 250s here. So it might be a point where we start to buy some stuff up. Amazon at 93s. We'll consider that. We'll see what jobless claim shows first, though, before we start to buy anything else. Again, we're pretty flat in our Tesla trade, and I'm not sure what we're going to get with this, but I don't trade Forex, Raul, so I don't really know, bro. No idea what that one's going to do, man. All right, so Tesla actually probably a little green right now. I think I'm slightly green, basically flat, but like I said, we started to get some rebounds. That'll be nice. Jobless claims numbers drop in about 20 minutes, so a little bit over 20 minutes. So we still got some time. Yeah, we trade futures at the opening bell. We also trade stocks, but we trade futures too. We trade a little bit of everything, to be honest. Rite Aid. Yeah, but Rite Aid, man, seems like it's going out of business, brother. The reason it's not talked about much is because Walgreens is kind of taking over. CVS and Walgreens. Rite Aid, I know we still have some. Like, I'm from Louisiana, and so I know we still have some in Louisiana, but I think there's risks that Rite Aid eventually goes out of business, man. I think it could get bought out too, but I don't know. That for that reason, I'm skeptical of Rite Aid. Etsy. All right, we're at 105 right now for Etsy. Yeah, Etsy, I don't know either. I think Etsy's got a niche, and that's good, but I don't know enough about it to really say yes or no for that one. Hey, good luck, Snow. Yeah, you might make some money, brother. Good luck, man. I hope you do, bro. Again, I'm not against it for sure. All right, guys. Market pulling back a little bit. All right, market's dipping down some. Pull it back a little bit again. We got 20 minutes, guys, before jobless claims. I'll probably liquidate my Tesla position ahead of the jobless claims report. I don't think I'm going to, I don't think I'm going to sit on anything like that. All right, so getting a dip here, 20 minutes or so until jobless report comes out. So I'll give you the list, Matthias. I'll give you the list, bro. The list goes like this, man. Affirm is a mid cap that I'm skeptical of, John. It's just a mid cap. There's too much risk there. I need blue chips is what I do this on. Only blue chips. I won't do it on mid caps. The list goes like this, okay? CPI, Fed rate hike decision. And this is from largest releases to smallest. CPI, Fed rate hike decision. Following that, I would say company earnings. But I think it's arguable where company earnings could mean bigger reactions to individual stocks in the markets. The big ones are arguable. But again, CPI, Fed rate hike decision, company earnings. I would follow that up with PPI, unemployment, GDP, non-farm payroll data, probably followed by what do we have yesterday that dropped? Jolt's job report, then jobless claims, and then everything else. Essentially, that's the order I would put it in. That's basically what it is, right? And then non-farm is somewhere at the end of the list too. That's kind of what I would look at. I think that's probably the list of importance and relevancy. And then PCE, I would say, is actually a little bit more important than Jolt's. So I'd say PCE is maybe number 6 in terms of importance, but it varies depending on the individual release and what's going on. PPI is not the biggest, most important one. I would say it goes, like I said, I would say CPI is the largest mover. It moves the markets the most. The rate hike decision, it's either CPI or the rate hike decision. And then following that, you get like PPI, unemployment, GDP, non-farm payroll data, PCE, and everything else basically after that. Everything else, it varies. Inventories are very minor release. CPI, it's either CPI or the rate hike decision, Matthias. And I'm talking about just in terms of general reactions. It's either CPI or the rate hike decision. Chat, let me know what you guys think. But I think it's either CPI or the rate hike decision there. All right, Tesla back up to basically flat on this one. Still got 20 minutes. Yeah, so, and CPI drops next Tuesday. So on the 14th. All right, guys. Tesla up to 177s. 177s. Amazon at 93s. CPI is higher because the rate hike is often partially. Yeah, so the rate hike is going to evoke a lesser reaction for exactly that reason, to be honest, which is specifically that generally we already know what the rate hike is going to be before it happens, right? The press conference will move markets, though, and Jerome Powell meetings will move markets pretty high up there on the list, too. But as you suggested, generally we know what the rate hike is going to be. Like, usually the rate hike is as expected. Very rare will it come in outside of what was initially expected that week leading up to it. CPI, on the other hand, is very rarely what's expected, right? So CPI is very rarely, if they're expecting 7%, very rarely will CPI actually come in at 7%. It might come in close to that, but very rarely does it come in exactly as they expect. So because of that, you have a more polarized reaction to it. And so that's why CPI evokes a stronger response. And yeah, that makes, that's basically the logic behind it. And so I agree. Raul, I don't trade Forex, bro. I have no idea about that pair, man. All right, so again, Tesla right back up to that level here. All right, guys, so Tesla just went green ahead of this report. We still got 13 minutes before the report drops. 13 minutes, Tesla just went green. Hey, thank you, Matthias. I appreciate it, man. I never used it, RX-7. I love the car, though. RX-7s are dope, man. I love the car. Those rotary motors, man, they're powerful, bro. And honestly, I always wanted one after the Fast and Furious. I loved RX-7s. I loved RX-7s. I loved 300Zs. Supras. I saw a turbo Supra, and it was like a 94 Supra the other day, bro. The thing was beautiful, honestly. That's another thing I thought about investing money into is rare cars. Like, I thought about buying, because like I understand some of these cars are incredibly rare. Like a Toyota Supra with low miles is very rare. So buying one, honestly, me buying one, it would be so hard to sit on it and not drive it that I don't know if I'd do it, right? But part of me wants to buy like an old twin turbo Supra, the Japanese Skyline, twin turbo 300Z. There's a bunch of cars that I think are going to appreciate over time if you can keep the mileage low in them, So I've thought about doing that as well. But I think there's risks in that, but that is an idea I've had too. The RX-8 was just not cool. The RX-7 was cool. All right, guys, so Tesla moving up a little bit. We are green on this, very small, 20 shares. I'm just going to let this ride here. There you go. We bought the dip. We're going to see if this dip continues to work. Yeah. RX-8s are all right, but they're not as cool as RX-7s. RX-7s are kind of like are rare, and finding a good one is even harder. No, I never bought Amazon. All right, so again, we're slightly over 177s here. All right, so again, Tesla up there. We bought 20 shares of this, so it's not a huge position. We're just trying to wait and see if we get something good. We got 10 minutes left. Hey, thank you, Giovanni. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Uh, but yeah, Tesla's starting to pop again. We bought a little bit. I'll let it work a little bit. Hopefully, with a good jobless claims number. I'll probably sit on this through jobless claims if we're green enough, because that'll give me a range to get out. And if we do correct some, then we're gonna have a cushion to do so, if that makes sense, right? So I'll probably sit on this through it. Please stop spamming, man. There's no reason to say things over and over again. I just don't know why. You know. Not gonna take your word for it, but do you think we see new lows on the S&P in 23? I really have no idea. I hope not. And I think there's an argument for both. I don't think a crash necessarily has to happen. And I know you got somebody said it on Twitter the other day, which was back in 2008, nobody expected a crash to happen, right? That's very different relative to now, right? At this point in time, you got a lot of people that are screaming crash, right? And generally when crashes, big crashes happen, nobody expects them to. And so because we have so many people saying crash is going to happen, and I think you got a lot of influencers yelling crash because they want to be like Michael Burry, and they're holding big short positions, and confirmation bias is a really strong thing. And so they're influencing all these other people. And I'm not saying a crash doesn't happen. What I'm saying is that it doesn't have to happen. And I think, there's an argument for both, some people might say, oh, well, we need a recession before we bounce back. But, to a certain extent, we've already hit that. We've already had 2 consecutive losing GDP quarters. And so I don't know. I hope we don't, but I really genuinely don't know, guys. We got 8 minutes until the market has jobless claims report come out. Do you think the 830 data could cause a sell-off? It could. It might not, though. It might cause a bounce. We don't really know. Every Thursday, Eric. Tell me this, why do we go up? Because a lot of the reason we're down right now is from supply problems that happened from 2020 in the pandemic. And now that those things are all objectively getting better, I think there's an argument that we're going to go back to business as usual in the markets once inflation starts to settle down. You know what I mean? But again, maybe not. At this point in time, the market is down over the last year. And so the argument that we go up is that we're already down on the last year. We're already down over the last few years, really. If you look at this, it's 2021. Over the last 2 years, we're down. A year and a half or so. And so there's an argument that at this point in time, we've trended down enough, and that inflation over time has been getting better and better. It hasn't gotten worse to the peak relative to the peak of last year. And so if it has been getting better, there's an argument that, we bounce. Maybe not, of course. Obviously, the inflationary data that we've gotten over the last 30 days was worse. And again, if you guys remember, we basically predicted the correction that we got over the last couple of days. We had liquidated all our swing trading positions ahead of the Jerome Powell congressional testimony, because we assumed that Jerome Powell was going to update and correct the expectations relative to before, because before he said sustain 25 basis points, but we have had worse economical data and inflationary data since then. And so we basically predicted that we would pull back some and got flat on everything ahead of the time. But now that we have pulled back some, maybe we bounce. I don't know. A lot of it depends on what we show for the 14th, next Tuesday CPI, and then the rate hike decision on the 22nd. So we'll see. That's going to influence a lot of what happens. I don't know, Heavy. Like I said, man, I really don't know. Oh, I do have the Be Right Back. Gonna go grab my glasses on screen. My bad, team. I'm here. Sorry. My bad. My fault. I appreciate you letting me know, Jay. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think we should do 50 basis points. Expectations are for 195, I believe, today, right? They're for 195. Yeah, so they're at 195 expected here. So 195 is expected. Yeah, heavy. Like a lot of people will tell you I'm a perma bull and that I only want the market to go up. But I do only want the market to go up, right? Like I want it to go up, but what I expect is a different story. Like I really have no idea what the market's gonna do. And on running the stream, you get a lot of people. Like I just see so many emotional people, and I can respect anybody regardless of your expectations for the market. I respect you if you can state your view with, and be respectful about it, because like you get some people that are just emotional, right? So they're insulting longs and calling longs all these insulting names, and they're insulting shorts and calling shorts all these names. But it's like, I think, again, I've always said this, but the endearing part of the stock market is that we can all look at things differently and have different views on things, and that's okay. That should be appreciated, not insulted, and so as long as y'all are respectful about it, y'all can believe whatever you want about the market. I might disagree with you, but yeah, CPI will be fun. Tuesday, big data release. And again, we'll probably sit on Tesla here for this release. We're up a little bit. We got a little bit of a cushion that maybe we can let it work some for us, but yeah, and I mean, people have to understand that, like, look, I have heard people talk, like, so I hear people say, oh, there's greed, the market is overpriced. I've been hearing people say this for 5 years now, every single year. And so what we have going on is not necessarily unique in that way. Like, again, I've said this a bunch, but if you look at what keywords trend, the 2018 market crash, 2019 market crash, 2020 market crash, 21 market crash, 22 market crash, those keywords have been trending and ranking every single year. And so even if we are right, even if they are right about a crash, we'll take a little bit of this off. Even if they are right about a crash, right, it doesn't mean too much, because they've been saying this for 5 years now. Michael Burry. But yeah, market is bouncing back a little bit here. So we are in 15 shares of this now. I'll go ahead and take a little bit more of this off. This is just a little scalp trade anyway. So we got 10 shares left. We've locked in profit. We've got 2 minutes before the release comes out. Team, 2 minutes. All right, we've got our sources ready. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button, guys. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. That way you're caught up on stream completely. So again, with 2 minutes left here, make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. That way you know that that you're live. Your live button next to the play button should look like this. It should be red. If it's red, you're in real time. If it's not, then you are delayed. All right, so a nice little bounce back for Tesla ahead of this report here, up to almost 178. We'll sit on the rest too. Yeah, we got about almost 1,100 people here. That's pretty standard for jobless claims. We usually get that every Thursday. I think he's talking about every bracket. Yeah, Friday will be big. Tuesday will be big. So the next 3 market days are going to be huge. Four market days. So from today until Tuesday of next week at 8:30, it's going to be a big release, man. A big release. Again, tomorrow we've got U.S. and Canadian unemployment data. We're also going to throw it in sub-only mode, guys. So if you haven't already subscribed, do it now. It might feel good. Try it one time. See how it feels. We got 50 seconds here, guys. 50 seconds. But yeah, report comes out. Let me make sure we're on time with this. Yeah, we got 1 minute actually here. So we got 1 minute. So 1 minute, guys. We are in sub-only mode, so hey, hit that sub button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. Let's keep the growth up here, team. I got all my sources up. We are ready. And let's see what we get. Tesla rip it up, though. Hey, nice. We'll see how this one moves. 10 shares left. So a small little scalp, or a small little day trade. All right, 10 seconds, guys. 10 seconds. Or about 10 seconds now, I'm sorry. All right, guys. Amazon at 93.30s here. All right, here's the release. I remember 200K is what's expected. There's 830. Waiting here. Market is popping up, though. Look at the market rip. All right, it came in at 211. 211 versus 195. 211 versus 195. So it came in at 211 versus 195,000 here. And again, that is higher than expected. It causes a inverse, or it causes a positive correlation. So higher is better, lower is worse. And we came in at 211 versus 195. Market is flying up today. That's nice to see. Go ahead and take a little bit more off. Hold our little 5 shares of Tesla here. Not bad. So that's a good sign. Again, less people working is going to be interpreted as better, and market's pushing up on it, so that's good. We might trade this a little bit more. We'll go ahead and cut this and get out a little $20 scalp there on the remaining shares of Tesla here. But yeah, 195 versus or 211 versus 195. Continuing claims came in at 1.718 million versus 1.659 million expected. So higher than expected on both continuing and initial claims. And yeah, the market's loving it, moving up. We might buy a little bit of Amazon now, I think. Maybe a little bit of Amazon. I don't know yet. But again, 195 expected. We showed up at 211. Now, we got way more than that, CT. You probably just got to refresh the screen, bro. Yeah, I don't think anybody loves it when people lose jobs. I think the market is reeling from inflation. Where's Disney at right now? Where's Disney at right now? Might buy a little bit of Disney here. We're gonna start to scale into maybe a position. It's gonna be small though, because I want to be able to add more to this, to be honest. So like we're gonna jump in a little bit of Disney here. I want to be able to add more. You know what I mean? So I want to be able to add more here. Where's the on and off button? It's right here, man. It should be up there already. Okay, there we go. Terrible fill. I gotta wait for the opening bell for this here. Market is flying back up here. We got 25 shares. Bad fill, not a good fill. We're gonna wait till the open bell for this. It's just not. Yeah, all good, man. No worries. Yeah, like I said, y'all subscribe if you haven't already. We covered this data very quickly here. So subscribe if you haven't yet. Market's ripping up. I told you guys we come in high. There's going to be a positive correlation between jobless claims and the market, and that's exactly what we're getting. Market is reeling back, bouncing back fast here. Again, we cover this stuff basically immediately. And so if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. Let's look at the numbers here. So it looks like the bears were wrong on this poll out of about 1,100 people. So now we're going to move on with the new poll here. Does the market end green today? Yes or no? Does the market end green today? The last poll, 58% bear, 42% bull. %. Market just went green. Tesla all the way up to 180. Market just went green. Hey, y'all give your boy a follow on YouTube if you have, or on Twitter. At Beginner Trades is my Twitter page. If you want to give me a follow, we do polls. We talk about latest news that drop, all that good stuff every day. Here's the link. Check it out. Yeah, jobless claims might be right here. They might be right here. They could be. Not saying they are. The numbers might be right here, though. They might be. Possible they are. Yeah, give your boy a follow on Twitter. We appreciate it. If you haven't already, growing our Twitter page like we do. Thank you guys so much for following. Trying to hit 3,000 followers on Twitter. SPY at 399s here, 399s. Pull it back a little bit now. Is it reasonable to buy this dip? Maybe a Tesla, I think, right? We already got a cushion on the day here. 25 shares. I like that. I like the look of this here. So 25 shares. Let's see if we can scalp this on the way up. Just took a little bit more than half of that off. Just got to scalp in small size. We'll hold 10 shares rest and let this work a little bit more. Try to build up a small little cushion at the opening bell. We'll take it. Call it the bounce. See if we can hit 180 here. SPY just cracked back over the previous closest. SPY back technically green on the day. I'm going to go ahead and take that off. Up about 30, scalping a little bit small size in the market today. Yeah, so Hassan, so basically the way this works here. What did I do? I just took this out of my ear and my headphones stopped working. Bro, AirPods are inconsistent, man. Also, sometimes I feel like my ears pop when I wear these. So let me fix this. Okay, so it says they're connected. Maybe the music just stopped. Can you hear the music now? Sound check. Let's do a sound check. Can you hear the music? But yeah, the logic behind this is that inflation is bad. So more spending is going to be interpreted as bad right now. So anything that causes more spending, the market's going to interpret as a negative, and that includes people working, right? So higher jobless claims numbers mean less people working. With less people working, it means less spending, and the market's going to interpret that as a positive. Is essentially what's going on. Now, again, I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm not saying I want that, but that's how the market responds to this. All right, guys, SPY up to 399 here. Let's see if we hit 400. So yesterday, before the spike, we had $29 million worth of puts sold on the SPY just before the end of the day bounce. Wait, what? 20 memberships. Did I really? Oh, my guy, man. Thank you so much, dude. Wow, man. Thank you so much, bro. How do I use this? What do I do with this? But yeah, thank you so much, Secret, bro. Hey, man, I appreciate the support, bro. That's crazy, man. Thank you so much, dude. So it just cut. Does it give 20 random people memberships? Hey, thank you so much, man. Wow, that's great, dude. I didn't hear the notification because my headphones died at the worst time. Um, but yeah, thank you so much, man. That's great. Wow, that's awesome, man. Oh, cool, man. Oh, it assigns them on their own. That's great, man. Hey, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. That's awesome, dude. Um, yeah, that's cool, dude. Yeah, now y'all could use these coveted emojis. Like, look, some say majestic. Uh, is the music here? Can y'all hear the music? All right, look, market just broke highs again. Again, SPY green and all of extended hours, almost up to 400 at 399.50 now. Tesla broke highs. Disney up there too. Yeah, that's my dog Rosie. Hey, thank you, Secret. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, dude. No music. Okay, I got you, bro. Here, I'll fix this. Man, look at him. He is handsome over there. Wow, look at that guy, man. Just some say top 3 most handsome guys ever right now. But no, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. There you go. You should hear the music now. Let me know if you can't. But yeah, the way somebody asked how you day trade without 25K. Futures is how you do it. Like if you look at the E-mini, here's the E-mini. So here's the E-mini. Here is the SPY on the left, right? E-mini, SPY, same price action, same exact thing. You can day trade this middle one here with no PDT restriction. You can day trade it, short it, margin account, no PDT restriction with the E-mini. And so the futures market has no PDT rule. There's no PDT. You can day trade, short it as much as you want. That's the way you get exposure to day trading stocks with no PDT rule. If you want to try out that market, one of my sponsors is a funded account program. And again, funded account programs get some hate, but to be honest, they're the best way to learn. You know, what they do is they give you a demo and they give you profit targets on that demo. And you got to basically hit the profit target while following their rules, right? And if you do all that stuff, they basically test your profitability. And if you can pass their testing, they fund you the same amount as the demo, which is between $50,000 to $150,000 with a 90% split. So if you can pass their testing and get funded, you get a 90% split. You make 20K, you keep 18K. Since they're funding you that money, you make 40K, you keep 36,000 since they're funding you that money, which is 90%. Regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And the real edge that this gives you is that you can test your skill without taking on a lot of risk. You know, a lot of traders, they take too big of size in the beginning. This is why I wish I had this when I first got started. And again, they're a sponsor of mine, so I'm biased in their favor for sure. But it's so much cheaper to try one of these funded account programs, even if most people are going to lose this. Right? It's so much cheaper to try this. Even if you lose, it's a lot cheaper to lose the funded account program than it is to put up 20K yourself and risk thousands of dollars and lose that way. And so the funded account program is a beautiful middle ground of pressure where it gives you some pressure to succeed, but you're not risking thousands of dollars. If you lose, the base package is less than $140 a month. But if you can pass the testing on the base one, you get funded 50 grand in the futures market with a 90% split. And so genuinely useful for new traders, saves new traders money. It's a lot cheaper to do that than it is to put up 25K in stocks and risk 25K for your first account. And so it just makes a lot of sense. You can get 20% off if you use my link. Again, they are a sponsor of mine, so I'm definitely biased. A lot of people understand and recognize the value of funded account programs. You know, a lot of people used to call them scams back in the day, but they're obviously useful because, again, it gives you some pressure, but it's not the full extent, and it just makes it a lot easier to learn. Yeah, you can day trade 3 times a week, but that's nothing. You know, you can do a cash account, but you can't short. You're still very restricted. It's still very difficult to do. But yeah, if you want to check out Top Step, again, I'm biased in their favor. They're a sponsor of mine. Here's the link right there. You can check it out in the description or in the chat as well as in the description. Do funded accounts get hate? I never knew that. It's the best way to trade, in my opinion. You can build up your own account with the profits. Right, for sure. It's the best thing to do. I think it's the best way to learn without taking on risk. And again, to be fair, I think most people are going to lose. But that's kind of the point, is that if you lose on a funded account program, you probably lose on a regular account too, with some exceptions, but if you lose on a funded account, you'll probably lose on a regular account too. The only way you can short is through options. You can't short actual shares, and options come with their own levels of risk. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got some videos. Tesla 190 today, most likely, especially since Friday's options. Yeah, again, Tesla looking okay. We also bought a little bit of Disney here. We're pretty flat on our Disney trade. I want to wait till the opening bell, though, for Disney to really get a little bit more liquid fill. And again, looking at our newest poll numbers here, we asked people, we got about 500 votes. 67% of people think the market ends green. And again, the previous closing price is right here. So the red to green level in the market is right here at this light blue line. So this light blue line right here is the previous close. I don't know about that, Corey. I'm not sure, man. I like your website. There's not much cussing and it's clean. Yeah, I don't curse that much online. I curse like a sailor when the stream's over, though. But online, I try to keep it pretty clean, Did y'all hear Jake Paul's trying to fight Floyd? Bro, Jake Paul needs to sit down, bro. Okay? Like, my problem is, if you're fanboying Jake Paul, you might want to reevaluate your life. All right, Jake Paul, he doesn't fight an actual boxer for years, right? He talks a lot of smack. He's fighting wrestlers, and they're like, oh, well, Tyron Woodley was the champ. It's like, yeah, but he's a wrestler. The reason he was the champ is because he wrestled in MMA. Anderson Silva was a counter striker, and there's a big difference between a good MMA boxer and a good actual boxer. And so my guy Jake Paul is knocking out MMA fighters, and wrestlers. And then the first time he fights a real boxer, he loses, and he obviously lost. And so it's like, for him to want to fight Floyd now, it's just silly. It's like, bro, sit down. You lost, man. You obviously lost. Like, you should be wanting to rematch with Tommy. If you're so good, you want to rematch with Tommy. Tommy was banging him up. People will hold on to, oh, Jake got a knockdown. It's like, bro, that knockdown was, like, he slipped. It was obvious he slipped. Like, if you watch the full fight, which I did, Tommy beat him up, man. Jake Paul got banged up. Jake Paul looks sloppy, which I guess makes sense because he's not an actual, pro boxer. Well, yeah, if you pass, I think they count it as a. They count it as a independent contractor. So you got to pay taxes as an independent contractor, I think. Yeah, I agree with that, Triple. Yeah, he's making a lot of money, so I guess the joke's on me. And again, I could be honest about that. Yeah, big Tyson Fury. Never, bro. Tyson's the GOAT, man. He's great. He's never going to beat Tyson. Tyson would knock him out in a round or two, I think. Tommy's not even a pro boxer. All right, so we're right at that previous closing price level. So we're right at the red to green, green to red level. Jake is an okay boxer. He's definitely not great. He's definitely not pro level, I guess is the point. Um, yeah, so he's definitely not pro level, you know. Yeah, first round, probably. Fish. Yeah, he's smart enough to understand and build hype, but I think he's got to ride off into the sunset with his profits now. I think the more he tries to act good, I think he's just going to get made fun of. Yeah, Tommy didn't get lucky. Jake basically got beat up. Jake lost almost every round, and the ref was being kind of weird too. But Jake lost almost every round there. You know, so it's like if it was like a flash knockout, I would understand him saying it was a fluke, right? But you can't get beat up for 8 rounds and then cry fluke. You know what I mean? Like that's just not how it works. Like you can see the difference in skill clearly. Yeah, he's never gonna be in MMA. He'd lose even more in MMA. Paul versus KSI. I don't know, man. KSI's got some okay stuff. I think Jake. I don't know. I think it's a tough one, to be honest. All right, so market bounced right at the previous close. We're up to 399.20 here, 399.20. So we'll see if we actually hold those levels. Yeah, what do y'all think? 50 basis points, 25 basis points? I'm not sure. Yeah, Jones is, again, I know last week or the week before I said Jones wasn't the GOAT. It wasn't the greatest of all time because he's only stayed in one weight class. But with how fast he beat, Gone, it was impressive. All right, so again, Tesla consolidating back and forth. We did buy a little bit of Disney. How are you guys using the emojis? So somebody gifted us 20 memberships. So basically 20 random people in the chat got memberships to this channel. Thank you so much, man. That's great, dude. That's awesome. But yeah, so basically 20 random people got memberships to this channel. And so now, since they're members, they can now use the coveted, some say majestic emojis here. Look at me with no beard. Here's Carol. Here's Rosie. You know. Yeah, so again, markets are right at 399 here. Tesla at 180s or so. Disney at 99s. So again, we bought a little bit of Disney, small share size, just 25 shares. 100%, 25 basis points. I don't know, man. I think some of the stuff that Powell said, I think 25 is still the most likely one. But I think some of the stuff that Powell said could indicate that they might be a little more aggressive in their rate hikes than previously expected. But I'm not 100% sure, of course. But I think most of the time rate hikes go as expected. But I think the expectations might change over the next couple weeks because of what he said during, not yesterday, but the day before the congressional testimony. I think that he said that we might have to raise rates more aggressively than initially anticipated, is what he said. And so if that happens, then it's possible that we do 20. We do 50. I still think we'll probably do 25, but yeah, we've been streaming like this for years now, Pyro. So I'm not sure why you couldn't find it in the beginning, but yeah, we've been doing it for years, bro. What other reports do we have coming out? So we have CPI Tuesday. We have CPI Tuesday. We've got unemployment for both the U.S. and Canada tomorrow. So tomorrow we have unemployment for the U.S. and Canada, as well as non-farm payroll data, which is very big data. That's very relevant data to inflation. in the rate hike decision. So yeah, tomorrow, big data, unemployment for U.S. and Canada, as well as non-farm payroll numbers for the U.S. And then Tuesday we have CPI, and then next week we have PPI as well. So we have a huge list of data coming out over the next week and a half that is going to influence the Fed's decision on how much they want to raise rates. And so I think we got to wait and see. But the market's popping back up some more here. SPY at 399.40s here. The high of the day is just under 399.60. Tesla at right around 180s. We'll see if that continues to hold. Yeah, thank you, Pyro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we got one of the Feds speaking at 10. Yeah, just a very volatile couple weeks is what it's going to be. You could trade, but you got to understand, the risks in doing so, especially like swing trading. I think is the biggest risk. All right, so the Federal Reserve posted 22 hours ago about the monetary policy report. All right, guys, sideways action basically right now. We got the opening bell at about 30 minutes or so. Wholesaling? What do you mean, real estate? Yeah, import. No offense, but I think Powell probably understands the market a little bit better than you do, man. No offense. I know it's fun to speculate on who understands the market from our computers at home, but I think Powell probably understands the market better than we do, all of us here. I think he has a lot more up close look at data, a lot more tools in understanding it. A lot more insight relative to us, and so I think it's silly to say, yeah, Powell doesn't understand the market. I think that's silly, man. No offense. I hope you don't take offense to it, but, I think it's silly. Is 211 good since they're just, yeah, it's interpreted as good, David. It's interpreted as good. Yeah, but too much is subjective, is I guess my point. And so it's like you got to understand the subjective nature of interpreting these things. Tesla at 180. We'll see what happens. Sitting back, sideways action. We hold a little bit of Disney. And again, I'm going to keep my Disney trade small enough to where I can add a lot more if we continue to push down to like $90. That's the plan, at least so far with that. I'm thinking about Amazon, but we haven't really pulled back enough for my taste here. So I'm hoping we bounce back some today, but interpreting. Sorry, did I say interpreting? Sorry. Interpreting is worse than did I say interpreting? If I did, One of my pet peeves is man, what is it? What's the word that doesn't exist that people use all the time? Chat, help me out here. What's the word that people use all the time that's not an actual word? I think they might have added it to the dictionary. Interpretation. Did I say interpretating or interpretation? Irregardless is what it is. Freaking irregardless. I hate that word, bro. Like, you hear somebody say it, I immediately lose credibility in my head for them, you know. Irregardless. Irregardless is not a word. People use it to sound smart. It's not an actual word. And so anybody that knows it's not an actual word is going to immediately look down on you if you use irregardless. It's a pet peeve of mine. I hate the word, you know, because I hear people say it and they want to sound smart, but it's not an actual word. Yeah, it's regardless. It's I'm going to go to the store regardless of whether there's hail outside. You know, I'm going to go to the store regardless of whether you want me to. I'm going to drink kefir regardless of how bad it tastes, you know. Market pump it up a little bit. Yeah, definitely top 3 irregardless of, you know. Yeah. Fugazi. Well, fugazi is a slang term used by Italians. You know, in the mob, basically. John, you're from the South? Oh, I know I'm from the South, man. There's a difference between intentionally using slang and unintentionally using a word that doesn't exist, you know. All right, guys, market's starting to pop up. Almost to $400 here, and I think we're going to hit it today. We're right at this level now. It's kind of like a magnet. There we go. We just topped $400 a share on the SPY, back to $400. And $400 is kind of like a magnet. Yeah, wait 10 years. Listen, I'm going to start that trend, interpreting. Yeah, fixin' is another one. Fixin' is another one, Sam. Like, I'm fixing to go to the store. That's just slang, though. I know that's not a proper grammar. Yeah, 50 years it might be. Oh, we make up lots of words, Chris, for sure. Us Cajuns, man. Interpreting. Fixing to, yeah. Misunderestimate. I've never used that one. Will you enter a trade now? I have entered a trade, Machu. I've entered multiple trades today, man. Are you trying to criticize me because I'm not entering enough trades, or what's the purpose of asking me that? The reason I'm saying this, hold on, let me look back at your history of speaking here on this channel. How Cajun? I'm from South Louisiana. My mom's French, you know, Cajun French. My dad's English, so I mean. Yeah. Pop this out. There we go. All right, so we are in Disney here. Okay, you're okay. You're not as toxic as I thought you might have been. Well, anywho's kind of slang. Top 3 in the world, hey, you know. Laissez-les bon temps rouler. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that saying so much. Everybody knows that saying. It's literally used in Waterboy. If you're from Louisiana, you hear it too much, though. Like, as a Louisianian, You hear a few things too much. You hear people trying to pronounce Louisiana. You know, nobody here really pronounce it like that. Same thing with New Orleans, right? Most natives pronounce it New Orleans. You know, is how if you're from New Orleans, you probably pronounce it New Orleans. You know, nobody pronounces it New Orleans unless you're from out of town. You know, so you hear that one a lot as the Louisiana native. You hear a lot of. I'm from Baton Rouge, so you hear people trying to ask me if I know what Baton Rouge means, which everybody does. Everybody in Louisiana knows what it means. So, you know, you hear the cliches a lot in Louisiana for sure. Disney, pop it up. It's at 99.50s here. We bought a little bitty dip on 25 shares. The whole plan was to add more if we need to here, but we're kind of green. We'll see if it makes moves. Oh, I could look back at days and days. What's a crick? I don't even know what a crick is. I know what a creek is. You know? Yeah, go Tigers. Yeah, I've seen Waterboy. Honestly, most people in the South find the movie Waterboy endearing. You know, like we can kind of make fun of ourselves a little bit. I mean, it's never like no place is like that, but like it's funny to laugh at the stereotypes. I think we might have a pretty good sell-off at market open. You never know, retail traders. Yeah, we'll see. Again, I'm in Disney right now. Market's over 400. A lot of the time we'll go up to 400 and then we'll reject back down. So we'll see if we do something like that. A lot of times we do this, you know. So I'm not sure if that's what we're gonna get, but weed withdrawal, bro. There's no such thing. Get out of here with that. The only people that say that are people who, you know, there's no such thing. There's certainly not physical one. I don't even use cannabis, and I know that. There's no withdrawal symptoms from it. That's silly. Yeah. I mean, we were all Winona. We were all born there. You know, everybody I know from Baton Rouge was born at Women's Hospital. I think it changed though. I think it changed. Here, hold on, guys. All right, guys. Sorry. My son is knocking on the door. Here, listen, you can't play games today. Okay, you stayed home from school. You're not playing games, buddy. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, there's no chance. Hey, listen, there is zero chance you play video games today, bro. You're not going to stay home from school and play video games. There's zero chance. The more you argue with me, I'm going to take away your video games this weekend. Okay, I love you. If you need anything else, go ask your mom. I'm busy right now, buddy. Okay, I love you. That's it. All right, sorry. My son's out here my son stayed home because his eyes are swollen from pollen, and he said he didn't feel well. Now he's trying to play video games. You know, the audacity of him out here. Listen, I get it. I understand. He's trying to milk it, but, you know, he wants a vacation, staying home playing video games. That's not about to happen, you know. Yeah, he might have misinterpreted the situation. Yeah. Irregardless of why, you know. All right, guys. SPY at 400s right now. We'll see if it actually holds. Disney at 99.30s. We'll see if that holds as well. Yeah, definitely top three. Yeah, man. He's like, oh, I don't feel good. He does this, you know. I got the black lung, pop. You know. Now all of a sudden, when he doesn't go to school, he's like, "Oh, I just want to play video games, Dad." Nah, not today. You know. He's got rights. He does. You know. So should we do a poll here? Yeah, watch your dad play adult video games over here in the stock market. Tesla at 180. Let's see if it holds. His eyes aren't even that bad today, to be honest. You know, Carol, he tugs at Carol's heartstrings, and Carol's nervous about his allergies. And so, if it was me, I'd probably make him go to school. But yeah. All right, guys. Tesla pull it back a little bit. Disney's still over the previous closing price. The market is very green. We're right at that $400 level. Again, I don't know if we're actually going to hold here or what, but the market's trying to. We'll see if it does. It's from the movie. The lung comment is from the movie Zoolander. It's from the movie Zoolander. Yeah, we try it. We give them honey. We give them a spoonful of honey. It only really happens during spring. Like, it gets better by summer. It gets better by summer, but you know, the first couple weeks of like heavy spring pollen, you know, he struggles. Nah, we're out of Microsoft. Yeah, Justin. Listen, my son will take what I call the volume approach. My son will just try to chip away at you by asking you over and over and over and over again, and he will bug you until you give him what he wants. And so the only real way to shut that down is just to say, look, you ask me again, you're going to lose privileges, not just today, but this weekend as well. And so then he's like, all right, and he gives up on it. But if you don't do that, then he'll keep asking me until I break. You know, kids, man, they're smart. He knows. All right, guys, we got 20 minutes. We're getting ready to trade some futures here. The SPY is right at 400. You can see the E-mini and futures. Let's see where we're at right now. All right, so yeah, we're right at 4,000 on the E-mini here. So right at 4K. Yeah, let's see if the market ends green. The SPY is actually pretty green right now, so we still got a lot of like green action on the SPY. We're right at $400 even on the SPY currently. The E-mini is just over 4,000. You can see Disney pull it back a little bit. I want to see if the market keeps bouncing here. Tesla right at 180. Jobless claims were higher than expected, and that caused a positive reaction. Yeah, so does ours. There's pollen everywhere right now. Oh, for sure. And I remember as a kid, man, I used to take the thermometer. Back in the day, they had the mercury thermometers. I used to take the thermometer, and put it up next to a light bulb and get it really warm. One time it went to like 106 or 107, and my parents caught me, you know, and they looked at it, they looked at me, and they were like, bro, come on now. You know? But that's what I used to do. I can remember doing it. Higher is bullish. For jobless claims numbers, anything that means more spending is going to be interpreted by the market as negative, right? So with higher jobless claims, less people working, they're going to interpret that as less free spending, and with less free spending, they're going to say that's positive. Again, I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's what the market does lately. Not again, I'm not saying I agree with that, but that's just kind of how the market is. All right, so SPY testing the highs again up to 400.2. 400.2 right now. We'll see if it holds those levels here. We got about 15 minutes. Right, I'm not mad. Listen, I'm not mad. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, snow. That's a little bit of an excessive one, snow, man. I didn't mean to say snowman. I meant to say snow, comma, man, period. Nvidia is what's moving up. Yeah, Nvidia is too extended for me to buy. It's just too high up there right now, to be completely honest. Nvidia has gone from, what is this? Where was this thing at? Yeah, Nvidia has gone from $108 at its lows this year all the way to 242s basically right now. So Nvidia is just too extended for me to want to buy it. It's too high up there. Again, when I buy swings, I look for extension on the downside, and Nvidia is the opposite right now. It's just gone up too much over the last 4 or 5 months for my taste in terms of swing trading and investing entries. It's just up too much at this point. I'm going to wait for it, see if we get some corrections before I really take any size in anything. But I can't really judge Snow, so don't think I'm judging you for the nail thing. Honestly, I did some stuff too. I think kids are just kids, man. You know, kids are gonna take whatever edge they can in missing school. You know. Yeah. So Nvidia hit 243s right now. Tesla's still over 180. SPY under 400s, but it's kind of consolidating around that $400 level. The $400 on the SPY level, and here's the E-mini. The $400 is right around here. So we're kind of going back and forth over and under it right now. So we'll see what the 400 just a big psychological level, I think. Yeah, maybe was. Maybe, bro. I'm sure he'll test me at least one more time. It might not be right now. It'll probably be when I get off a stream, though, when I'm finished working. I'll come try to chip away at it a little bit more. You know how it goes. And again, we're trading futures today, guys. We are trading futures. And again, if you want to trade futures with me, check out Top Step. Top Step, easiest way to test your skill as a trader. There's no PDT rule in futures. At Top Step, they give you a demo. So they give you a paper trading account first, and they test your profitability. So they give you profit targets. They give you max losses. And so it's a great test of skill, and it still gives you some pressure. Like, you have some pressure on you when you're in this because you can't hit the max loss. You know, it teaches you risk management in that regard. And if you can pass it, they fund you. And if you don't pass it, you don't lose that much. You would lose more putting up the money yourself. So it's a great middle ground. And they fund you with a 90% split if you can pass their testing. So the split's reasonable as well. And so I think it's just a useful way to test your skill. But as always, guys, like I always say, I am biased in their favor because they pay me money and they're a sponsor of mine. And so I'm certainly biased in that way. But check them out. Here's the link. We do a little bit more plugs towards the second half of the stream because we don't really plug anything for the first like 2.5 hours. Usually, it varies depending on the day, but we usually don't plug anything for a while. You know. So just like the radio, we probably do a plug on average every like 45 minutes, which I think is reasonable. All right, SPY back over 400. You can see the previous closing price level here as well. Hopefully that drags the other stuff. I'm in Disney. Tesla just ripped up to 180, almost 181s. So again, Tesla almost up to 181s here. Nvidia at 242s. I don't think school is worthless. I think that I don't think school is worthless. I think that I think school is necessary. It socializes you more than anything else. And I think socialization is really, really important. I know some people who homeschool their kids and they just don't get the social aspect as much. Like playground politics is like a real thing that your kid has to learn to deal with, and so by not sending them to school, I know it's easier sometimes, depending on the kid, it's easier on the parents sometimes. But like, I think the social aspect is on the importance of the social aspect of school is underestimated. Tesla ripped it all the way up to almost 182s now. It went up to 181.40s, so it's still over 181. Let's see if that support holds. The market is reeling up a little bit as well. We thought about buying Amazon, and maybe we should have. Amazon ripped over 94s too. I don't know. This is Quant Tower right here. So here's the VWAP. We can throw the VWAP on the chart. Put the 1-day VWAP up. Where'd it go? There we go. I just want the 1-day VWAP here. Where'd it go, man? See, this is the hard thing. Like, how do I put the VWAP up here? I like the 200 EMA as well. But you see me try to add it. All right. Where is it on the chart? It's not showing up. Make it orange. Okay. See, it's not there. And then for whatever reason, the VWAP won't show up on the chart. I don't know. I want the 200 EMA. There we go. Okay, maybe I have to hit enter, I guess. Let me see. Oh. All right, so the EMA works, but it's way down there. Yeah, two controversial topics, Chris. You know what I mean? Yeah, so the data came in higher than expected, Solstice. So higher than expected. So I think Barr is speaking, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong there, but I think Barr, one of the Fed members. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, no worries. All right, guys. So 6 minutes, about 5.5 minutes, really. Yeah, I think it depends. Like, I don't think college is necessary for everything. I think the standard of college and education has changed with regards to, like, okay, 50 or 60 years ago, people who went to college, they went for justifiable reasons. I think nowadays, every parent wants their kids to go to college. And to be fair, I want my kids to go as well. But I think that some of the degrees that people are getting now are just useless. You know, like, I think you should go for STEM courses. You want to be a doctor or a pharmacist or a lawyer or whatever in that way. Fine. Understandable to need to go to college, but I still think even those, I think that an apprenticeship in those areas are going to be far more valuable than 3 years of master's degrees in those areas, right? Like, I think being an attorney apprentice is going to teach you more about being an attorney than 3 years of getting your master's in law. I think being an apprentice of a doctor, and I think a doctor already does this to a certain extent. I think if you pass the bar, you should be able to be an attorney, and then an apprenticeship should be, they should allow that. But again, I think college has gotten a little bit excessive with regards to, like, pushing big schooling, and that costs a lot of money, and the pricing has gotten kind of out of control too. So that's a big talking point, but I don't know. I think a lot of college is unnecessary. Like, a journalism degree is not going to do you much. Like, it's not really going to get you far these days, because if you can write, you can write. Programming is another one. Like, a lot of places say they require degrees, but if you can code, you can code. So it depends on what the degree is. I'm not going to want my kid to go out there getting a philosophy degree or a journalism degree. You know what I mean? Or a communications degree. I think most of those are useless. But I'm sure I'm biased there as well. Yeah, you can short. It's only futures, though, Kevin. Yeah, well, medical degrees have that already, but attorney, like, you have to go to get your master's in law, and then if you want to, and there's a way you can substitute it, but it's not really easy to do. Like, you got to jump through a lot of hoops to get it done, where I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think apprenticeships can teach you a lot more than extra schooling can, and so I think it should be more of an apprenticeship system than what it is now, which is just extra years of schooling. I'm using Quant Tower. Yeah, but how long ago was that, Shepard? I'm sure that was years and years ago. All right, guys, market opens up in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. But a college degree still opens the door for jobs that are unavailable. 100%. But again, I disagree with that as well. I think that's just promoting big education, and I think that they're, the pricing and all of that stuff is out of control. I think they now include it with Top Step Adam, but I would check with them first. All right, guys, we got a minute and a half. Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Market opens in less than a minute. Team, less than a minute. Good luck. Amex? Yeah, Amex is okay. All right, guys. Here's the opening bell. Good luck. 15 seconds. All right, here's the opening bell. There's the open bell. Tesla popping up on the open here. Market dipping down a little bit at the open. See if it holds though. Again, a lot of the time we tap like a big psychological level like 400 and then we kind of fade back for the rest of the day. I see that happen a lot. All right, market's starting to rebound a little bit here. And again, we are in Disney right now. We are in Disney. Tesla flying back, breaking highs of pre-market up to 181.50 right now, 181.50. E-mini right at 4,000. Starting to move up though. All right, so Tesla went up to 181 and now it's retracing back down here. The SPY's got a couple down wicks that look interesting. I'm going to let things play out first, though, to be honest here. I'm going to let things hold a little bit first. Starting to get a little bounce back up, testing $400 to get on the SPY here. And you can see the $400 level is right here. We'll make this a little bit larger. Not fully large, but yeah, that yellow line is the $400 level. So again, we tapped it. All right, starting to break down a little bit here. Testing lows. Volume weighted average price is still pretty deep below us too. But getting some consolidation. There's the breakdown starting to happen. Yeah, I'm not trading anything yet in terms of day trades. All right, big downwick candle here. Looks like could indicate a rebound back up. There's a big downwick pop. Let's see if we move. Disney bouncing back up. You see this yellow dot? What is that? I don't know what it is, but hey, we'll take it. All right, we just took half of, or a little bit less than half of Disney off because we're right at the high of the day. Oh my gosh, dude, what have I just done? freaking ridiculous, man. Like, somehow I ended up buying 160 shares short of Disney. Unbelievable, man. Ugh, so frustrating, dude. Lost about $20 just there on accident. On what was a nicely green trade, man. I would have made money. Dude, Disney just ripped up. Market looks strong here, but so frustrating. Complete and utter accident, to be honest. Just was trying to exit, but for whatever reason, I didn't look at the quantity of shares that were there. What is this? Let me get rid of this. I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is, man. I don't know why that's there. Market's flying up, though. That's good. We're going to go ahead and take half of this off. Lock in some profit on the day. Go and get the rest out. Maybe add a little bit more. Whoa, what is with all these little things here, man? Hold on. Whatever. I don't know what that is, but hey. Market ripped all the way up to 400.3s. Yeah, it happens, man. I'm not super upset about it. I'm all good. Again, I honestly rebought some in, and I just took half of it off on the pop. So we made a lot of our money back, actually, but a little disappointing. Because it would have been a beautiful green trade. We would have made 20 or 30 bucks from it, but luckily we already had cushion on the day. But I think I got this accidental VWAP thing up here. I want to take this off. I don't know why any of this is showing up. It didn't have anything to do with the EMA either. All right, SPY's starting to dip. We'll look to buy this dip. Maybe add a little bit more. We've got a little bit of a cushion here on the day so far. You can, Raphael. It's up to you. Who knows what he's gonna say, though? I'm not sure, to be honest. All right, so losing $20. We're pretty flat on the day, but we are pulling back some. I actually like this dip. So we'll add up to 4 contracts here, and then we'll leave it at that, and then take 2 off. So we got a cushion on the day. We'll use that to swing. Gonna cut this soon. We're right at $400. I think this could be a little pullback zone. Again, you can kind of see we're up about 75 scalping today from pre-market and this morning. About flat on this one. There we go. Back to green. I want to give it time to bounce. I like this bounce spot here. It looks strong. But if not, like I said, we got a cool cushion on the day. Tesla breaking highs here. Hopefully that drags the rest of tech in the market up. It's starting to creep. This looks good. Tesla broke highs again up to 183s right now. 183s. Again, flat on the trade. I want to give it time to really rebound though. So we're at about 4 contracts. All right, we just took half off. We got 2 contracts left. Took another half off there. I just locked in some more profit on our Disney trade too. We got 1 contract left. We'll be a little bit more loose with this. Tesla is what's dragging the market up, which is nice. You kind of see we're up almost 100 on the day. About 84 right now. Once we lock this in, it'll be closer to 100, but I'm going to give it some time. We added to the pullback here. And luckily we made money back on stocks on our Disney trade. There we go. All right, we just cut that. We are up over 100 now on the pop that we got there. Disney just broke highs again too. We just locked in some more on it. But yeah, you can see on futures we're up about $105 right now. So not too shabby. We'll take that. Market pulling back some. Yeah, this is a VWAP here, is what this is. Big dip happening now. Start with 1 contract. I like the retracements. All right, so market is ranging over 400. We're in small though. I'm not going to take large size here because I don't trust it necessarily. Tesla's still kind of dragging the market up some, but yeah, I don't really trust this a ton, honestly, right here. All right, we'll get ready to cut this. It's retracing a little bit. Market hit 400 and bounced directly off of it. These are starting to bounce back. We'll see what happens though. We're right at an interesting kind of make or break level here. We're down on this trade. There we go. Nice. Tesla just broke highs again. It pulled the SPY up enough. We're on 2 contracts still though. Again, kind of flat at this point. Market's bouncing back some. Problem with having so many monitors is you lose your mouse half the time. All right, Tesla retracing back. Market a little indecisive at this point. There we go, back to kind of green on the day. Not red, but chopping back and forth. Scalped a little bit of Tesla back up on this pop too, so we bought a little bit of Tesla, sold it. I want to see if it continues, but it is a little choppy at this point in time, seeing Tesla breaking highs though. It's what's dragging the market up. Pretty neutral in this one so far too. Tesla ripping up over highs. I'm gonna go ahead and take the profit off. So we just scalped a little bit more from Tesla. And Tesla continues to rip up, break highs here. So that should drag the market up. Again, we're pretty flat on this. I don't know if I want to add to it though, because like I said, I don't really trust it. I do like this trend holding a little bit, but there's a rip. There we go. Finally green here. Where's my mouse? There it is. We just took half off of that. Locked it in since it took a little while to... locked a little bit more in Disney here. I'll go ahead and cut that. All right, so we were patient with that and made money on that one too. Tesla's still ripping up. Again, we're scaling out of Disney here, which we've basically made all of our money back from the dumb mistake we made earlier, scalping Tesla and Disney. And we also made some on the E-mini just now, so let's see if we buy something else back. Market just broke previous highs. Tesla just broke highs. Disney still reeling up, so looks like buying those two were the right move. Should have held if I would have held my original Disney trade, I'm going to go ahead and cut it because we made all the money back from it. If I would have held the original one, we beat up so much more, which kind of sucks. But, you know, again, if we discount that mistake, then we've been pretty solid in our trading today. So that's nice, I guess. But yeah. Market breaking highs again. Tesla flying back up to 185. Very strong market right now. Huge rips, big green market. Market looks strong. SPY just broke highs, back up to 401s. Jobless claims are already out. It might be right below me. It might be right underneath me. It could be. It's possible that it is, you know. All right, big extension on the upside, in my opinion. Not enough for me to really want to buy it up, but we do have some momentum rolling through here now. SPY over 401 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green candles in a row now. Tesla finally pulling back, finally doing it. I don't know if I trust it enough, though. It's still pretty up there on the day. So... Still just ripping up, breaking highs. Again, we're too extended for my taste here. Like, I don't want to buy this because we're just up so much that it's going to be hard to make any money doing this, you know? Market has just had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green candles at the opening bell. 8. Disney just broke over 100. Tesla tapped over 185. Huge green momentum rolling through right now. It's up too much for me to buy this here, though. So again, we're just kind of sitting back right now and just waiting. Again, we're up too much right now for me personally. I have no idea what's going to happen, of course, like I always say, but we're up too much. Finally getting some pullbacks now. Inverted hammer candle showing up on the SPY right now. I don't know if it's going to close like this, though. Still got a 30-minute period of time. A few things pulling back at this point, too. Finally getting a dip, and it's a large dip too. I'll buy one contract here, small, just because I could add a little bit more to it as the pullback happens. Anticipating essentially that we're going to bounce at 401 short term is what I'm looking at. There's 3, and there's a little bit of a bounce back up. Getting a decent pullback now. I could add to this and anticipate a bounce, which I guess I will. Fix my average a little bit with 5 contracts and then take a swing since I'm green on the day. But we got to be patient now with it. SPY's right at 401, so I want to see if we hold at 401 and bounce. We also might buy up some of these pullbacks in stocks too. All right, SPY bouncing up a little bit. Still not really at anywhere I want to be, so I'm going to have to be patient with this. And if we break down too much, of course, I'll have to cut it. Here's the rebound. Nice. Just took 100 shares of Disney and scalped on this bounce. We're also pretty close to break even on this 5 contract position. I want to see if we can break 401 on the SPY. The only thing I hope is that 401 doesn't turn into resistance, but we're close to it now. It's all going to depend on Tesla, I think, right here, too. All right, Disney keeps bouncing, so that's good. We're actually up in stocks, at least, over what we were up with Disney before we got into that mistake trade, where we accidentally shorted 200 shares of Disney instead of going long. All right, there's Tesla bouncing back, so that's good for us. We're pretty flat in this now. If we get to that previous closing price, I'm going to take 2 contracts off here. I'm going to lock in a little bit of losses just because I didn't really mean to buy 5. I only meant to really buy 4. So I'm going to take a little bit off at break-even zone right there. And then we'll give the rest some time to work. Kind of a little bit of a risk management play there. 3 contracts now. And it looks like that was the right move. Saved us some losses here, too, if we do lose. Microsoft. I haven't even seen Microsoft, to be honest. Yeah, Microsoft up big. Should have stayed in it. But again, one of the reasons I'm so accurate with these swing trades is because I take profit fast. And I did, like, the longer you hold something, the lower your accuracy is going to be. Tesla's starting to move up, so I'm going to buy a little bit more of the SPY here with 4. And then see if we can get a bounce back up there. Fix my average a little bit too. Tesla ripping up over highs. Or not over highs yet, testing highs right now at least. Tesla is testing highs now. Looks like it wants to break. It's up there. Retracing back down is not a good sign, obviously. And we took our swing with it, but we're going to have to cut this if it breaks down too much here. We'll look for a retracement if we get that, great. But we can't risk everything on it, you know. Luckily, we were green on the day, and we took our little risk here, but like I said, we still have time to retrace, and there's a down wick, so that candle looks good. But again, we also have to start being a little bit, you know, reversals like this do happen where we completely start to run the other way. I usually have a 1-to-1 ratio. So I'm usually kind of scalping 1-to-1 ratio. It depends, though. It varies depending on depends on the extension of the trade and the time length, the plan of how long I'm planning to hold it. All right, Tesla testing highs here. Probably will drag my trade back up some. And we're doing pretty good. Like our winning day percentage on Top Step is 69% right here. So like we're winning a large majority of our days here too. So you know, not bad. We might go green on the trade as you know. Anyway, that little VWAP, that custom VWAP thing worked. Like look at the bounce right off of the custom VWAP that we had to draw. So not bad. All right, so here's our break-even number, or break-even level here. We'll give it time to see if we break. Tesla's ripping up over highs. Yeah, SPY looks strong. Again, though, we went up so much that a pullback and a retracement is necessary. Balance is a huge part of the market, so you know, we could add to this, but I just don't think we want to right now. Market's trying to kind of chopping back and forth right now anyway, you know. I like the bounce level. The more we consolidate here, the more I like a potential bounce. But it doesn't necessarily, of course, mean we have to. Amazon broke highs. Did it really? Man, maybe I should have bought that. I was thinking about it too, man. But I ended up buying Disney instead, and we would have made. We had a very similar trade on Disney where we made money. We just accidentally screwed it up because when we went to cover a piece of it, we accidentally shorted 200 shares. We ended up actually green on the day scalping back. We made money scalping Tesla and scalping Disney again too. So it ended up working out, but a little user error on my part kind of took away some of the profit there. Not necessarily the more we consolidate, the more we go up, but I'm gonna cut it. The market looks weak here. So yeah, we got out. It's a small day. We're down less than 75 bucks. Amazon's moving up though. That's good. Amazon looks like it's trying to break highs. That little pop-up looks good. Let's see if the rest of the market agrees with it. Tesla reaching towards the top. Amazon breaking highs up there too. Market's starting to climb. Try Top Step. You can paper trade there. You can try the Combine, which is pretty cheap as well. So you can do a little bit of both. But they have a 14-day trial of paper trading too, if you want to try them out in that way. Tesla's starting to creep up. Tesla just broke highs. All right, so we just got into a little scalp trade of the E-mini, went green on the day. We're up about 10 bucks. So kind of a flat day all the way around. We lost a little bit. We made a little bit. Yeah, check out the description if you want to try out Top Step. You can get 20% off if you use my link. Tesla just ripped up over 258 highs here. So Tesla's running up some. Is there any news coming out today? Not really. They got bar speaking, but it's not like a big release like economical data. He doesn't speak for about 51 minutes too. I think he speaks at 11. Maybe I gotta refresh this. He might speak now. Yeah, so he's speaking right now, I guess. Nat gas storage, some other stuff dropping, but nothing big. Big candlestick on the SPY. Back over 401s here. We might buy this dip in anticipation of a bounce right at 401s. Oh, crap. We bought 4. Man, my share size is just off today, guys. Yeah, now we're in 6 shares. Just my sizing and trades have been off today. But like I said, we're green on the day. We could take a little swing here now, but we got 6 trades or six contracts. I like this move though. We got a 401 hold potential here, so I do like this. All right, we just took half off, locked in profit again, up about 20 on the day now. A little bit more reasonable of a trade now, I think. I might add a little bit more to it if we pull back more, but I do want to give it time to bounce. We're over 401. Tesla's moving up to test potential highs, so. Tesla just broke highs. I'm gonna add one more there. There we go. Looks like I added it just in time if this move continues at least. A little bit sloppy with my entries and exits today though, if I'm being honest. I like the double wick here, the double down wick. Pressure hopefully, but I think we gotta be patient, see if we rebound some more. There we go. Patience paid off a little bit here. All right, we got one contract left. Locked in profit. We're up about $40 on the day or so now. I just cut the rest. So yeah, we're up about $45 on the day. So small W, but a green trade nonetheless, but a small win. I like the double bottom wick here. If you want to know what I meant by that, like these candle wicks indicate momentum, right? So, and again, I'm going to preface it with like, look, they're never 100% anything, you know? So it's like short term, when you get down wicks like this, where this bottom wick is larger than this wick up here, then that generally means you get short-term upward momentum. So it generally means that you're going to get a little pop like we did. Not always, of course. You never really know. But you got to understand the psychology of it means like we went down and then we got pushed up really fast. We went down, we got pushed up really quickly. So that means that some buying pressure is rolling through. And as you can see, we are moving up a little bit. It's not long-term momentum reading, but it's very short-term. And so you got to be fast with it like I did. I got in and out quick, but and there's the pullback. Very large pullback too. I think bar speaking right now, I think that's what's influencing this momentum is bar speaking. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody that's actually listening to it, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's bar speaking right now that's influencing what we're getting at this point in the market. I don't think. I think it's probably bar speaking pawn is my guess. You know, I don't know if it's anybody dumping the markets. I think bar probably said some bearish things, is what I'm assuming. Is my guess here. I'm sure he said some bearish things, and that's causing this big dump. Tesla moving up to test highs. Amazon up to 95.70 or so. Mm. Yeah. Oh, I'm watching Microsoft. My bad. I'm watching Microsoft, not Tesla. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Tesla's actually correcting pretty big here. Sorry. Watching Microsoft. Tesla's all the way. The interesting thing is whether Tesla bounces at the volume weighted average price. But yeah, you're right. And again, try out Top Step, guys. This is a beautiful way to test your skill without risking on a lot of money. A lot of people, like, I can only give you my experience. When I first started trading, I lost thousands of dollars in the first couple weeks, day trading specifically, because almost every day trader is going to lose their first few times trading, their first few accounts, right? And most of them trade too large of size. And paper trading's good, but you don't have any pressure to actually like make money. And so these funded account programs, the futures market is essentially day trading the S&P 500. Right, so that's what you see here is the S&P 500 futures contract. It's called the E-mini, and these funded account programs are incredibly useful in that regard because they test your skill. They give you some pressure without taking on the unnecessary risk like most traders do when they first get started. So they teach you how to trade. And if you're a good enough trader, you can actually get funded. So what they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the targets while following their rules, they fund you. And it's a beautiful middle ground. People are going to hate on them. But like the base one's $140 a month. If you lose it, you're down $140. You can even reset for $100 and start over again. So cheap anyway. But it's a lot cheaper to do that, and at least in my experience, than it is to put up thousands of dollars yourself and risk thousands of dollars and lose thousands like I did when I first got started trading. So it's a great middle ground. They are a sponsor. You can find the link in the description as well if you want to check them out. Another one of my sponsors is, so we have two sponsors here that we plug regularly. Another one of my sponsors is called Chart Prime. And Chart Prime is a trading view indicator service that, again, can just be really, really useful, really, really powerful. And honestly, I'm pretty... if you look at Chart Prime here, I'm going to show you Chart Prime today, specifically, right? If you look at Chart Prime today, their market oracle is what almost everybody uses. I'm using it essentially on the SPY. Which is the E-mini, essentially, right? And like, look at them today. So here's Chart Prime. Look at how accurate these things are. Like just today alone, right? So since the opening bell, they've done two signals. They've done two signals since the opening bell, and they've been right each time. Again, they're a sponsor of mine. They pay me money. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but possible reversal up, big bounce over like a 20-minute period. You get this one here, which I think this is the much better one. It's basically accurate at predicting tops. So you can see we have the range resistance, we got the range support down here, and you can see right when the stock hits it, you get these two signals, a bearish engulfing and a reversal down signal, and then a beautiful drop over like a 30-minute period of time. And so again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. I'm certainly biased because they pay me money, but you can get 40% off right now. So it's like $35 a month. And if you look back at the history, drop, reversal down, drop. This one was kind of neutral, but reversal up, bounce. You look at the market hours yesterday. This one was wrong. This one was flat right, drop, right. So you can see the accuracy. Again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but try them out. Like I said, $35 a month. They're a sponsor of mine, but incredibly useful. This is just a small percentage. You can use them on long-term time frames as well. Well, here's an hourly chart that you can use them on, an hourly chart. And so again, look at this one. This one was right over like what? You get in here, even if you set a tight risk, there could just be a lot of upside to this. So each one of these candles is an hour. And look at the reversal up signal. Again, right around the range support, and you get a huge bounce. And so it can be incredibly useful. Check them out. They are called Chart Prime. I will put the link up in the description, or I'll put the link up in chat if you want to check them out as well. Good luck. Love you all. Y'all be good. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. He's talking about regulations on crypto. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I would stream those, but like, yeah, I would stream those, but again, I just don't need to. I just don't need to. I don't know how much they're really going to move markets. But with that said, I'm going to cut out because I don't want to day trade right now when it's choppy and kind of sketchy. So I'm going to cut out, guys. Good luck. Love you all. Be back. Remember, tomorrow, bright and early, we got unemployment for the U.S. and Canada. We also have non-farm payroll data drop tomorrow morning. So big data coming out tomorrow will influence markets. We will stream the entire data release. Again, thousands of people tune into these streams because we cover that data very fast. And so, again, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate all the support today. And again, I'll see you guys later. Good luck. Y'all be good.